Boom. Behold! My paladin! Look at his glory. The boots do not match anything, but looking pretty good, if I say so myself. Fabulous Frabjous Friday. Friday last epoch begins now. Water for good luck. May God bless this stream and all who come into it. In Jesus' mighty name, amen and amen. Time to blow my nose. Alright. Chunkles Cubunkles is the name of my paladin. Also, the gauntlets do not match anything either, which is weird. But we're level 41, which is apparently, I think, 20 levels away from... Well, it's not max. I think 75 is... Actually, I don't know what the max cap for levels is in this game. Max level. We have to figure that out. We'll get there, friends. We'll get there. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure if I will be an enjoyer of the end game of this. We'll see. I'll do my best to get there, and then when the end game comes, we shall see how the end game content feels. I will try it out, but if I don't like it, I'll just play through the game again in the campaign, which is what I generally do with all games I enjoy. Let us enter. Good choral music. The quality of this game is so impressive. It's an indie game. I don't know how many people are working on it, or who. We did a quest and we got experience out of it. 60 gold, 40 experience. The numbers are quite low. Okay, so this is something I was thinking about the other day. Retaliation is really good. Really good. So, oh, there's another thing I need to change. Yeah, I remember we just beat a boss, and I was saying, I hope we show up here rather than at the end of time, and here we are at the end of time. We always return to our most recently attained city or town, instead of where we just were, our most recent placement, or teleporter. Which I think is really annoying. Like, Souls games have been doing this for almost 13 years, where, actually more, 12 years, 13 years? Yeah, 13 years. Where, wherever you are, the game autosaves, and it autosaves every few seconds. Every time anything is done in the game, it autosaves. And I want that to be the way this game is, and it deletes the previous save for that character on that account. That would be nice. Also, Mr. B, hello, you beautiful people! Welcome, my good Mr. B.
Oh, hi.
Sorry, I was prattling on, but pleasure to have you with us. Fabulous Frabjous Friday. We're about to begin.
Hey there, want to try your luck?
Hey there, want to try your luck? So we haven't tried this at all, and it looks like there's nothing I want here. From weapons. A maul. Yeah, we don't want a two-handed mace, we want a one-handed mace. Could also try to get good armor, but I feel like gambling in this game is not worth doing. That's how I feel. Yeah. Doesn't seem worth it. What with all you end up getting. You're all good, prattle away. Will do, friend, will do. So this is a very, very good mace we have here. Blue Eyes White Boomer, welcome back to Charles' Chill Channel. How do you do? Is there a particular reason you try very hard to be proper? Or was it you just woke up one day and decided, hey, let's try it, and also not sure if tipping the fedora in your profile picture is ironic or not? It kind of is. It is a reference to the Milady meme, but it's also unironic, because I love fedoras, and I wear them in public as well. But, I don't know, I was always brought up to be a good Christian boy by my parents, and my parents and my sister always taught us classically, so brought us up on classical literature and classical music, and then sent us to private school where we were taught classical literature, classical music, classical theater, classical everything. And not everyone was proper in that school, not at all. But I myself took to it very well, and I became quite the Anglophile. I love England and the UK and the way people speak, or used to speak, the way people dress, the way they used to dress, the architecture, at least how they used to build architecture. And, I don't know. I haven't always dressed the same way, but I've always had the same mentality. To be kind, to be polite, is something that everyone ought to be, respectful. But to be posh is something that I've always kind of enjoyed, but didn't take on until I was about 18 years old, when I realized, you know, I could actually wear suits all the time. And nobody has a negative thing to say about that. Like, you always look good in a suit. So I just started wearing more suits, and never stopped. And I found out who I am. Is someone who wears suits all the time. And, yeah, just being true to myself, I think. Fair enough, wasn't sure if you were playing a character, if this is genuinely who you are, like mannerisms and such. Yes. Yes, indeed. I mean, you know, on stream I think everyone tries a little harder to be energetic. But, you know, in real life I'm just a more chill version of what you see here. Charles proper because he's a Mormon. Oh gosh. He's, propounding lies! Lies! Falsehoods! Yet again. Okay. We need to get... Ooh. Eviscerating dredge hook of the polymath. It's amazing. Should we forge it? I think we should. Let's get runes of shattering for this. Crit strike avoidance. That is also something we should get rid of. Or not... Please do not try to... Don't get it twisted. I am definitely not a Mormon. For Pete's sake. Oh. And for my sake, let's just say. We have a new item. Sanctified Humble Eterin Idol of Deflection. Health on kill and physical resistance. Praise God. I'm so happy. That's awesome. We could probably do this a little better. That feels right. I don't know why. Hopefully all of these nodes will become unlocked as we level up. Then we'll have at least 3, 4, 5 more things to put in there. Also, thanks. I legit didn't know there was a Bible reading game tag. Yeah, well, it's not a game, but, you know, Bible reading is a thing. On Twitch. It used to be Holy Bible category, and now it's different. Liking the new Sentinel animations? We just started Krillip, so I cannot tell the difference, honestly. But welcome back, my good Krillip. I am so fast. Yeah, so far I don't see a difference. Maybe there's a little bit of a smoke effect added. Multi-strike is sadly still the same, maybe a bit smoother. Okay, well, I'm not using it then. Back to the Imperial Era, where we will continue from where we left off. Journey to the Necropolis. Dude, this world is massive. At least it seems as such, the way they've laid it out. Charles would make a good Mormon. It would be like their dress code. I feel they also wear suits and ties all the time. They do. They do. It's more of an obligatory thing, and they only wear it when they go out ministering. Which, you know, casts a bad precedent. It's like, I only dress nicely when I'm evangelizing. It's like, really? You don't do that in the rest of your life? It's a bad testimony, I think. Charles? Oh, I read that. Oh, I said you read that too. Can you say bottle of water for me? Yes. Bottle of water. Bottle of water? That's what you're expecting, eh? That's the different accent from the UK. That's the, oh man, what's it called? Cockney sound. Bringing the bottle from the battle to the hospital. Alright. Let us travel. More of a seltzer man yourself? You're seltzer? Seltzer? I don't even know her. Necropolis of the Deep. Uh-oh. We have blood chimeras. This game has the same issue that Diablo 4 does with... Hey, man, that was fast. Enemies spawning right on top of you when you enter into places. Try to be honest and genuine. Nice. We all do like to be that way here. Hi guys. Have to remember how to play. It's been a few days. Man, I am a god in this game. Things are going very well. That joke's so cringe. Please stop, Charles. You're cringe. No, you. Ooh, caves. Patient headless dreg of loathing. How is patience and loathing in the same? Whoa! What is with all this loot? I'm getting too much loot. Dude. Why do all of these dredges have such good stats? It's amazing. Yeah, we gotta get the gems out of this baby. Boom. All attributes. Increased stun chance, physical damage, strike, critical strike multiplier. So we got everything out of it, not as many as I was hoping for. Patience. The main thing Charles has to exercise whenever I'm in the stream. What? Yeah, you could say that. Well, not every time. Is it because you sting Mr. B? Ho ho! He's got the puns as well. Why is this worse? I don't know. I guess I do have plus 185 block effectiveness on this Guardian's Cavalier Shield of Endurance. Physical resistance is something we will need as well. Also this. Increased void damage over time. Shield throw. What is shield throw? Yes, I like this one, Charles. Can we keep him? Yes, if he will have us, we will keep him. Yep, I'm gonna keep you. Oh, I get why you are Mr. B, because you miss A. Haha. Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Oh dear. Should we get rid of this one? I need to get rid of things that are large, that take up more space. Health, void resistance, shield throw. That's the one thing. If I had shield throw, I would use it. And it would be fine. Oh, that's a Forge Guard ability. Oh, man. Okay. Well, that's not happening. How do we get these? Cannot put points into this. Ah, man. You would have to respec entirely. It's sad. Do you like treats and belly rubs? I do believe Mr. B is not married. I mean, that would be quite the shock. Suddenly, for him to be married all of a sudden. Alright, we're getting rid of this. It's very good, but not as good as what I've got. Ooh, we only got 3 shards out of that. And only 2 types of the shards that we did get. Melee damage leached his health. Ooh, baby. Yeah, I should have gotten rid of these. Need more shatter shards. I'm being attacked. Hopefully retribution will kill them on hit anyway. Oh man, they had some health on them. Hey, there we go. More shot. What the heck? Man, I am so strong. What is this? Oh, it's one of those guys. From Dark Souls 2, it seems. Big boy. Gotcha. Dude, that guy had nothing on him. He's a big elite with extra health and didn't drop a single rare, whereas those other guys dropped all of the rares. What's interesting about this game is that because of the way the forging works, you only pick up those things for which you have need of their specific attributes. I mean, that's not peculiar to this game alone, but it's different, because in, like, Diablo games, you only pick up those things that are good for your own class, but you could pick up everything and then go and salvage it or sell it, and get good stuff out of it, which you'll use later. So picking up almost everything above a certain rarity was always good in Diablo games, up to a certain point. But in this, it's like, only those things, even if they're for different classes, you can still get something out of them if you forge them. But most things don't have, because there are so many stats, there are a lot of things that you just don't need to pick up. Now a cat, because 'tis too perfect. Oh my goodness. God help her, my future wife. She's going to need lots and lots of alcohol on hand to stay married to you. Oh my goodness. Jake Black. Welcome back, Jake Black.
Oh, hi.
How do you do? I am doing fairly well. 'Tis a good day, friend. Had a very nice Bible reading. Went very well. Now I'm playing Lost Epoch, and also doing very well here. It's an excellent game. They have not changed that thing where you can speed up the speed of your attacks by whirling your mouse around your character while whirlwinding. That's really silly. I hope they keep it, because that would make me very happy to be OP for no good reason. Think you found one, though? Your girlfriend is extremely patient and calls out your bull and tells you to knock it off and puts you in place. Yes, that is something you will have always needed, my friend. Good for you. Dash a keeper.
I cannot do that.
Of course, there's more to relationships than just that, but patience is a virtue. Especially in some relationships, far over others. But yeah, I am quite surprised, Jake Black, at how well I'm feeling today. I rarely ever feel this well.
I cannot do that.
The Lord is good, and His mercy endureth forever. For the Lord is good, and His mercy endureth forever. Yeah, I don't know. The animation for running is still... I think it looks a little more silly. And yeah, I cannot tell any difference in terms of animations. There was an update but I do feel maybe I might have been buffed to some degree. Devouring Orb, that's a new thing. Yeah, a good person is someone who will call you out on your bull. You can't trust someone who would never do that. If they do, just keep from saying anything negative ever. You gotta wonder, what is their game? My game is last Epoch right now. Mentally exhausted, but I'm trying to be patient with my grandmother, but I'm being absolutely fed up with her. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. Keep a stiff upper lip, my friend. My friend. Stay strong in the Lord. Ooh. Got a rare thing. Titan Heart. Heart of Stone. Blood of Gravel. What does that even mean? That sounds uncomfortable. Less armor than what I have already. More lightning resistance than what I have. Less damage taken while wielding a two-handed melee weapon. Okay. Alright. One thing I might not like is she's trying to get you to become Catholic, Charles, and I know how you feel about Catholics. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Is if you have... I think that's going to be a point of friction between you two. I really do. Because you have very strong beliefs as to Phariseeism and hypocrisy and, you know, doing things for the right reasons, with the right intentions, which the Lord does as well in the Bible. But the Catholics have always been more interested in outward works and ritual and tradition than they have been with actual, like, walking out the faith. Like in real life. And getting to know the Lord and relationship and just, like I've said before, it's all about doing the right things and not worrying about the rest. Like, a good Catholic can do all kinds of bad things, but as long as they do the rituals, go to church every week, have good attendance, stand up, sit down, cross themselves, do all the things, then you're fine. Considered a good Catholic. And I that's totally, I would say, against what the Bible says, so, you know. I will also say, however, that if she agrees with you in your beliefs, then there's no reason for her or you to go outside of the Catholic faith, just knowing what you're getting into, right? That's the difference. Because there are definitely some really good Catholics out there that are actually good people, that are actually saved and born again, that do believe in Jesus Christ and his sacrifice, and not just in the rituals and the saints and the church and all that. There are definitely some charismatic Catholics, and I love them. I love those people. But it's kind of in spite of the Catholic denomination distinctives that people end up that way, which is sad. The Catholic Church used to be the one that kept the gospel alive for the rest of the world. And, you know, the Catholic Church still does good stuff for people. No doubt. St. Jude and all they do for cancer patients and the young and underprivileged. Excellent stuff. But when push comes to shove, what does your faith really come down to? You know? Level up! Level 42! Huzzah! Woo! Is she a person who only goes to church on Easter and Christmas? I guess that's a good question. I don't know if this helps, but she's not a very good Catholic. I mean, she's bad at being Catholic. I mean, again, it depends on what that means, right? In all fairness, not all Protestants are probably saved either. That's true. The difference is the Catholic Church says that if you go to church and you do the rituals, then you're saved. And that's the difference. I believe, and the Protestant Church believes, that if you have faith in Jesus Christ, whether or not you go to church, whether or not you do the sacraments, whether or not you pray the right prayers, as long as you believe and seek to please the Lord in your life, that's all that matters. Those are the only distinctives that truly matter. Which is why we don't do big rituals and have giant cathedrals and I definitely believe, and this is just my take, but I think it will be borne out by history, that the current Pope and the current Church is helplessly corrupt right now. The Catholic Church in the upper echelons. So it's really rough to... Yeah, exactly, Jake Black. With the Protestant Church, because of the fact that it's so decentralized, basically the only uniting factor is the Bible, the Word of God. So it's good to have that as the main distinctive rather than anything else. Don't go to church at all anymore, to be honest, so I can't judge her. Try not to get politics in anything, but I do see your viewpoint. To me, politics helps no one. But I will say, you could not exist in the world you are right now without politics. Politics is literally the only thing that helps or hurts anyone. There is no way to exist without politics. The fact that you're listening to me right now is a political statement. If you believe anything religious, you have political views. If you believe anything about science, you have a political view. If you believe anything at all, if you have any opinions, if you have any outlook on life, positive, negative, you are political. There's no getting away from it. Any hierarchy that exists, if you have parents, you've grown up in a political hierarchy. I'm sorry to say it. The only reason I became Christian is to know Jesus, and I don't know why. Well, I think you will learn why, Jake Black. It's the reason of life, right? It's trying to find the point to life. Trying to stay away from politics is like trying to stay away from food. Don't believe opinions correlate to politics, but I do understand your smart buttery. Smart buttery? I mean, what are politics then? That's what I've got to ask. Because the very definition of politics is to be polite or not to be polite. The dictation or coordination of others. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. If you're trying to stay outside of politics, then it's best to just, go off the grid. Get away from the internet, because the internet is a political structure. It's something run by others. Coordinating people. Not get a job. A job is a political structure that coordinates people. And it's the only way human beings can exist. I am under political subservience to Twitch to a certain degree, because I am willing to accept their terms to be on their platform. Yes. My response is you do you and I'll do me. Goodbye, bro, when it comes to politics. I mean, here's the thing. Everyone needs to either agree or disagree, and everyone whom you agree with, you're in your own political situation. So, you may not like politics, but I'm sorry, you won't be able to escape them. And I myself do like political discussion in my channel. And if you do not, then that's up to you whether you stay or go. This is an issue upon which I am unflinching. We're gonna get Singed Shield, because that helps with rebuke. adding more fire damage, adding more paladin passives. Yes. Fair enough. I was going to give you the definition from Oxford, but I don't think that definition is correct. Fair enough. I mean, politics, it's like, have you ever voted? Do you believe in voting? If you don't believe in voting, then that it does anything, then you believe that there is no reason for us to get involved in politics, in science, government, even the arts, jobs, the art or science of government. Yeah. What is government, though? That's it. You gotta get down even further than that. By coming into my stream, I have a government. I am the head of the stream. I decide what goes on here. I have total control. I am the dictator. Yes, exactly. And you can, you have the freedom to stay or go, but I also have the authority to kick, to ban, to time out, all those things. And there are mods, and they are under me, you know. So it's like, this is a government. It's political. And so is every single stream that exists. Jake Black does not believe in voting because each government level is either corrupt or won't accept my views. Well, that's the key point, it really, is if they did accept your views, you would vote for them, right? And the thing is, if we believe that voting does not work, then there is nothing we can do in our lives to change anything. You vote by not voting. That is true, too. If you don't vote, then you are making a political stance. And that's my point, is that every single thing that you do is a political choice. And so to try to get away from it is just trying to be willfully ignorant, which I believe is immoral. So we can agree to disagree on whether or not voting has a say in anything, but I wholly agree that voting is important, and that if we do not, then someone else will. So all we can do is what we can do, you know? And if you do your best, you will do better than if you didn't do anything. And when it comes to politics, all you can do is that which is allowed. So, in a world such as that in second and third world countries, people can only abide by the rules, even if they are bad rules. If you're going to live there, you gotta abide by the rules. And if you get out of the nation, that's a political choice. If you go somewhere else that is less controlling, less dictatorial, you will have the ability to have more freedom, to vote. And I think in the US, even though there is such corruption in the government, there is obviously a lot of good being done by the government, even in this regime. And the way voting works is still upheld, and there is hope. There is always hope. Alright. So those are my points. You don't have to agree with them, but that's what I believe, and that is how I work. We finally got Blade Assault, which increases the chance to hit with Iron Blade. I was trying to get there recently, and we leveled up fast. Like, literally last time we played this, we leveled up, and I was like, oh, I want to get Iron Blade. There it is! One of the things I like about Path of Exile is how fast you level up. In this game, it seems you get faster and faster as you go along. Oh my gosh! Whoa! Ignite on Whirlwind actually has animations now. Woo! Lovely. Lovely. hot tub streams. You pay money to see Charles in his suit in a hot tub? I mean, you're willing to put the money down on the table for that? I do think that would be hilarious. Put myself in the hot tub category. Get in a hot tub that's just completely empty of water. My suit on. Sip some cranberry juice out of a wine flute. Yeah. That would actually be very fun. Please don't say that. My apologies for liking a small bit of chaos. See, I do enjoy the irony of that idea. If I could get away with it. I just don't like the idea of being in the midst of the same category as a lot of other horribly perverse people. Only thing I have hope in is the King Jesus. Yes, King Jesus actually gives us hope that we can change the world even now. Otherwise, why would he tell us to do good things, to obey the government, etc. in Paul's epistles? I mean, the entire Bible is telling us to act for the sake of goodness, godliness, and righteousness. In the end, God is going to make all the change himself, but we can make change as much as we can if we follow the will of God. And what is the will of God for our lives today? To enjoy Him, to glorify God and enjoy Him forever. How do we best glorify God? By making Him known in every sphere of society as much as possible. That's why I'm on Twitch. To glorify God and enjoy Him together with you. And whatever games we're playing. If we didn't have any hope for the world in any way, then we wouldn't do any good for anyone. We wouldn't even try. But the Lord says to do certain political things, like do good for the poor, feed the poor, help the widow. And in the political history of Israel, that was a very, maybe not controversial, but a very important political statement. You know? I definitely am encouraged when I see what it says in the Bible, and even convicted to try and get involved in daily life, in every sphere of society I can, to do the best I can. Like, I would love to be in politics. I would love to be... Well, I wouldn't love it, but I would feel like I would be doing my most and the best I could if I were indeed in politics. If I went for mayor, or governor, or senator, or anything. Heck, even judge. Because those are the people we need. The people I think should be in in power are the people who share my views, right? And that's with everyone. But how are there going to be those people if people who believe such things don't just go and do it, you know? Be the change you want to see in the world. I definitely believe that is a biblical mindset, even if those words aren't in the Bible. But the implication is there. From the good Lord. Don't have any confidence in our current government, especially the president, so I'm not voting for anybody. Oh, don't go there, Glenn. You gotta vote for someone. If you don't, again, what hope do we have for tomorrow? We don't have any. You know? All you can do is make the best choice possible. I mean, I totally believe that the things that go on negative in our country are blown way out of proportion, and that the current things that are actually going on wrong can be gotten rid of in the next presidency. if we choose rightly. Don't corrupt him. I don't want to turn on Twitch and sing Charles doing a stripping it for Jesus. Then there's a donation tip jar. Too random. Oh, Mr. B. Oh, we're in a new town! Look at that. Are you a new shopkeeper? Oh, no. Oh, what have we here? A fleshy human. But more power to you for being true to yourself. Thank you. I'm currently in Missouri, my friend. Well, I don't know enough about politics to really know who to vote for anyway. You know how you find out? By looking up the candidates. That depends. I'm just a skeleton in a suit. That is true. I ask since, well, I've got merchandise that fits your outsides. An exoskeleton for the soft. A sale? What do you say? Yes, to celebrate the first time I've seen a human in centuries. You're not the only one who is lucky today. And you have nothing to sell me that I would like? Except for this one thing. Although, we could check this. We could actually make a better tower shield. Actually, that's not worth doing. It's a lot of time wasted doing that. Thought you were UK. I am not. I am not. I was... always have been American. Like I said, I'm an Anglophile. But I was not born here in the UK. I've never been there. I would love to be there. 2 states away from you, Charles, says Mr. B. Could be over there, harassing him in like 5 hours. That is scary.
I am Yulia.
That is
Once
terrifying.
I was High Priestess of the Empire, but no longer. Centuries of cruelty will do that.
But yeah, you look up the history of the candidates. You look up, you know, what they've done in the past, what they say they'll do in the future, and you make your decisions based on that. That's what we do. My family does every year. Well, every time there is a vote, anyway. Yulia, I have met you before. Why did you call on me?
Because I need your help.
This is very timey-wimey. We've met her already, and yet we're meeting her for the first time in the future. That's great. Try not to bug him.
In regards to the Citadel, I've cleared a path, but there are still defenses. You will have to take them out.
Why me? Honestly, Charles, with everything that I have going on right now in my life, I don't even have time to get into politics. I mean, I get you, but you have time to listen to me, so you have time for politics, my friend. If you have time to type to me anything, you have time to look into the next candidates, upcoming candidates. Let's be honest. Politics is a personal choice, it is.
From there, you will find an entrance to the sewers. That is the only way through, and it's also patrolled.
I mean, voting is a personal choice. Politics is something everyone gets involved in, whether they think it or not. It is the very fabric of our daily life. Patrolled. Why is that the safer path? That's a good question.
I've disposed of some soldiers there. The stench hides the death. The heart of the Citadel is beyond.
Gross.
There is an exit near the Emperor's throne, giving you a chance to strike.
The Emperor's throne. Oh wow, that's a lot of experience and gold. Heavens. Did I already get my... No, that's the wrong thing. 2 unspent points. What do we get? What do we get? Oh yeah, I was thinking about Relentless, stun avoidance, and increased damage. Extra armor, and less damage from enemies. Strength +5, fire resistance, void resistance. Or retribution point. Retribution. Health gained on block. I mean, increased block effectiveness is a good idea. That way I don't have to depend on my shield's stats for that. Also, more mace damage. I am doing a mace run, so I guess we'll go for that. Yeah. Yeah!
I'm glad we have a chance to rest.
Ulrich, you're alive! You like to rest a lot, don't you?
We can't all be lively. Before you saved me from the Ospreys, their leader was with them.
Excuse me?
My ring. The one you brought back from the girl. He took it. Melted it in front of my eyes. When
How
he
rude.
heard you coming, he fled. I'm too hurt to go after him. But how about bringing me that coward's head?
He's as
When
good as
he fled,
dead.
I saw him heading deeper into the mountains. When you find time, you could take a peek at his nest.
Sounds good. You know, I mean, I have to, like, I do like to be honest, but the fact that I hear so many people saying that they don't believe in politics or do not vote is probably the reason why we are in such a corrupt society today. It's because there are always too many people who believe someone else will take the helm, someone else will vote, or that voting just doesn't work and we're all screwed anyway, and that's what actually gives ground to the corrupt people who want to take power, because they're preying on the weak and ignorant. And if they can get people who actually have their heads on straight to think that there is, to be ignorant and to think that there is no way to change the system, then they've already won. And I see no evidence to the contrary. That's a very good thing. I didn't know I had this. I mean, it is worth getting rid of, I guess. I just have a lot of things that I could get rid of. Too much. That I should get rid of. Well, it's mostly because your vote only matters so much. Votes that actually count are the Electoral College. Exactly! If we're talking federally, yeah. It's true. And I you know, it is a little bit complicated because there have been gerrymandering taking place in the past, which you do also have to take into account. But the fact that the Electoral College exists is part of what makes your vote actually count. Yeah. Like, if we did not have the Electoral College, then certain cities would just rule the entire country. Like New York would just make all of the decisions for every state. And that would be a horrible thing. That would be horrible. California and New York. So the Electoral College actually helps it so that it's more objective. There's more of an objective, democratic, well, election. It's not completely democratic. That's why it's called a democratic republic. We're not actually 100% a democracy. And that's good, because democracies have definitely, like 100% of true democracies have all failed. If America were only a democracy and every vote counted the same and, you know, just the mob ruled, then we would be in a far worse position today. Wouldn't believe that if that was gone, then we would have a real take on what the average American wants. No, because the average American is spread across 50 states. Each one has its own problems and issues. And the fact that there is the Electoral College actually keeps the United States from being a dictatorship, and what gives each state its own power to decide its own future. What we're voting on with the Electoral College every 4 years is the federal head, the president. And so that means that the desires of those in the middle of the country matter as much as those on the outsides of the country. So, yeah, it's like the fact that there are different numbers of people in each state make a difference as well. People who live in a certain way, like in farmland country, have a very different lifestyle and therefore a very different way of living and therefore a very different perspective than those who live differently, like in the city, for instance. And their votes and their beliefs may be the opposite of someone who lives in a different way, so their vote should count just as much. The number of people in each state also matters, so in a way it is still sort of mob rule even that high. I mean, that's why the Electoral College makes a difference, right? That's where I'm coming from, is that the Electoral College makes it actually more fair for those with lesser people in them. It's weighting the decision on the less powerful. It's weighting the decision on those that have the least, both in number of people and in prosperity. Because a lot of the people here in the Midwest, where I am in the country, they may have access to land and stuff, but the government is taking more from people here than anywhere else. And it's rough on farmers these days, at least in the current regime. And they're trying to upend that, so that there is more power, specifically from, right now, what equals the liberal states. And there's gerrymandering in that direction as well. Not that there hasn't been gerrymandering in the opposite direction in the past, but much less so anyway. And I do totally believe that having the mob rule is a very bad thing. It's a very bad thing. That should never happen. Whenever it does happen, you get these massive mobs and riots and things. The way the government has been set up since 1776 has made it so that the political system is by the people for the people, and everything that the government has tried to do since then has tried to take the power away. And the main way now that we have the power is through our vote, and that vote has been protected by the Electoral College. And that hasn't changed. There were many bills to change the way the Electoral College works, and they were done away with. Thank God. Problem, however, is on actual voting day, individuals, whether they are part of the government or not, actually copying ballots, actually making wrong counts, etc., whether for one party or the other, it doesn't really matter. The fact that it's happening at all is corrupt enough. But that doesn't mean that the votes don't count. Indeed, the fact that there is anyone even asking for there to be recounts, for there to be fairness, shows that there is still power in the hands of the people. There are plenty of countries that do not have free voting, even though they say they do. Just like, everybody vote! Oh yes, oh look at all those people in this second and third world country. They have democratic voting, right? And in the end, no matter what they do, the dictator just does whatever he wants. Elects whoever they want. That happens a lot, so it's definitely worth worth looking into, the way our laws and our country has functioned and what the Constitution says, rather than basing our beliefs off of anything else in terms of politics. Because we definitely do not live in a dictatorship. That much is clear. I think the executive orders thing is really rough. Like, that is really unfair. That whatever president is currently seated can just make whatever decisions they want, as long as they're able to write the executive order. That's insane. That is completely unnecessary. But at least every president has that power, right? And so, if one president makes certain decisions with their executive powers, then the next can undo them, and will make other ones, and that's how it's been for many, many years. And this is the thing. Politics always goes back and forth in the United States, like a swinging pendulum, like a clock. Every 4 to 8 years. Every time. Oh, hello. Grounding huge rare idol of fire. Also, Reckless Abandon. Thank you for the lurkage, my friend. Thanks a lot.
Oh, hi.
How you doing? Fabulous Frabjous follow. I mean, Fabulous Frabjous Friday to you. Enjoy the lurkage. Increased fire damage. Yes, please. So instead of you taking lightning damage, you just take physical damage? That's interesting. We need more slots open. So what don't I need? I like cold resistance. I like fizz resistance. I like poison resistance. We could put this over here. That doesn't make any difference. Void damage, minion void damage. Chance to poison. This is something we can get rid of. That did not help. There we go. Oh man, that thing is... It is huge! Okay. Health on kill is really good. Void resistance is good too. What are our resistances? Void is 49, necrotic 48, poison 26, physical 34. Fire we are good on. Void is 49%. We have a lot of idols, oh my goodness. Health on kill and physical resistance is important. The only thing we don't have much of is poison resistance. When will we open up these, I wonder? Let's get rid of all those. So we got a unique humming bee weapon. It's a bee! Because it stings. Could have named it Sting. Base attack rate 1.12 fast, plus 10 melee damage. That's tiny. That is no damage. 24% increased melee attack speed, increased movement speed, ward gained on melee hit, 1% chance per 20 ward to gain haste for 2 seconds when you directly use a melee attack. Elemental attacks deal 1% increased damage per 200 ward. The subtitle is Bzzz. That's really silly. Wow. Humming Bee should be a very nice weapon for Sorcerer. Gives a lot of ward, yes. Fast. Fast damage and good ward. Synergy. Increased health regeneration is really nice. Leeching and of regrowth are all good things. Yeah, we'll keep that for the necrotic resistance. Critical strike chance. What do we have? 5% increased melee attack speed. Mana regen. Increased spell damage. Health regen. Fizz resistance. Meh. I mean, I like strike chance, but... Increased lightning, freeze rate, dodge rating, health. Okay, that one can be gotten rid of. For sure. Probably just want to sell that. Which we can do, because we're out of town. Right? A town I'd never been to before. Are we still in the town? Or did I leave it? I left it. Oh, we could do this side quest first. I always like to do side quests first. Honey, I'm home. So what do you think, Krillip? What do you think of the animation changes? I like the fact that we're actually seeing fire effects on weapons. That's nice. Very nice. Very night. Okay. Oh, there's another one. I like the increased crit strike, but we can get that from something else. What is this? Tome of Freezing. I didn't know we got tomes. Offhand Catalyst. Neat. I think I might enjoy a sorcerer playthrough of this game. I think that would actually be fun. I like the idle animation of the Sentinel. Not really sure about the running animation. Looks a bit silly. It really does. It looks like he's skating across the world and his legs are flying out from behind him. I really don't know why they changed it. Looks really floaty. Oh yeah, increased fire damage. Is that something we need? I don't know that we need that. We can get rid of that. I really wish that this shield... Oh my gosh, it has 38 forging potential. It's time to forge. Oh, also this thing needs to be gotten rid of. Boom! Oh man, we didn't get anything out of that except for melee, hit, frailty, and crit strike chance. Oh well. This, and then get rid of that. Clear. I forget how to clear. Clear. There. Okay. Removes random effects on an item returning a number of shards equal. Adds a random tier 1 affix to all empty slots. Increased chance of rolling rarer affixes. Oh. Okay. We could do that. Phys damage, health, and physical resistance are all good, though. We have one thing we can add. What's it gonna be? What is my current shield? Its effectiveness is nuts. Endurance, fire resistance, block chance. We don't need fire resistance or endurance. So, let's take this off. Well, let's not take that off. If I forge this thing right now, I could get the block effectiveness gem, or whatever it's called. There it is, block effectiveness. We have 5 of them, so I'm gonna add that affix. Yeah. Boom. Good, good. $65. It's a long way to go. There we go. Going to use that hope. Hello again, Petit Trianon. Welcome back to Charles' Chill Channel.
Oh, hi.
How do you do? Pleasure to have you with us once again. Have you had a good afternoon, evening since last we spoke? What's it now? 135. We're almost there. Nice. Nice. 198. Huzzah! We got more. Block effectiveness. But man, that base block effectiveness is insane. It's insane. We still have good forge potential, so we'll use that. 253. Yes, plus 283. That's over 500, so it's better than what we have, and higher block chance. So, We will upgrade... Wait, do we need health? 9 health, that's not much. Physical resistance needs help. That's not... That's physical damage. Physical damage? What? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't show that it's doing... Oh, 10% increased. Yeah, okay. Let's do physical resistances instead. It is a shield after all. Didn't even have damage on this thing. No, actually we did. 8%. No, we didn't. That was just resistant. Anyway. Oop. Ooh, nice. Nice, very nice. 16%. 22 physical resistance. I mean, we may as well just go ahead and increase physical damage as well. Oh my gosh, it's going so well. 21 health now, nice. Okay, just hanging out, that's all. Ought to work on a portrait to a friend, but first I must ask for his permission. Tend to do this with most people due to an awfully bad experience in the past with someone that was cruel to you. Understandable. Best to be cautious rather than have regrets. Really caused a lot of mental harm, that guy who said the most horrendous things to you. Yeah, that does it. That can do it. I'm sorry that that happened to you, my friend. But, you know, the chance to learn and grow, as every negative thing in life is. %30 increased physical damage. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna do block effectiveness. Never mind. Not gonna do that. Physical resistance one more time. Oh, beautiful. Okay. We can at least upgrade health. Oh, beautiful. One more upgrade is available for this bad boy. This thing is amazing. Oh, wow. I'm so happy. That's an amazing thing. Should we? Yeah, we should. I don't see a reason to keep good things that you've already over-leveled, or out-leveled. On this situation, my lesson was that people can suck a lot, to say the least. Yes. It's a harsh lesson to learn, but definitely one worth learning as early as humanly possible. Because that's most people, I found. But there are a lot of good people in the world, for sure. Even so. Yeah. I should probably just get rid of all these. Yeah. Why not? Find something better at higher level. Just make it so, you know? Sheesh. The music is so nice. Oh, it feels good to get rid of things. Feels so good. No forging potential. I don't want to forge it. I want to get rid of it. Okay. Never mind. Alright. We are finished here. Time to go up. Oppa. Yeah, I also feel like the Paladin... What? What rude crows? Ravens. What are these? Fallen ospreys. Did we meet those before? I think we were seeing... We're in the sewers. Man, this game's level design, at least in terms of looks, is quite amazing. All the good feels, yes. Happy feels. Pleasant. Enjoyable. Perhaps goofy feels? Hmm? Yeah, the fire effects are so much better than what they were before. Woo! Okay. Burning blows. Shelter from the storm. Vital boon. Holy aura causes you and your allies to penetrate enemy fire resistance. That's quite nice. Interesting. Oh, the music. Increased crit chance? Increased fire damage is a really good idea. Your melee hits apply 10 stacks of Fire Inquisition, and the melee hits of other allies affected by the aura apply 1 stack. If an enemy reaches 60 stacks, the stacks are consumed to release a flame burst, dealing fire damage to surrounding enemies. That sounds nuts. I'ma get that. If I can. Oh, I need 1 more point. Drat. Burning blows upgraded. We need 1 more point in that. That's a greedy point sink. So we got Blade Assault. Combo Riposte. When you hit an enemy with Riposte, you have a chance to also attack with Iron Blade. Chance to deal double damage. Oh, that's a good thing. Chance to reduce enemy armor. 50% shred chance? What? That's insane. That's great. I would like that very much. Vengeance has increased attack speed. But then its damage reduction would be decreased. So this mitigates damage. Its damage is much increased already. I have not seen Iron Blade. Does it have an actual graphic? Like, there's all these chances I have, like 10% plus 50%, so that's 60, plus 30%, that's like 80, no, 90. 95% chance to hit with Blade Assault. Of course, that's across different attacks, but... yeah. Executioner is fine, but... I mean, if an enemy is already damaged, then it's going to be easy to kill them anyway. Right. That's how I feel. I don't feel like Executioner is very important. I guess damage reduction is not that important anyway, since we're getting our damage reduction from mostly other places. Riposte additional times? I don't see a big improvement there. Combo ripostes. Chance to deal double damage. Woo. Oh, that one's not percent of it to happen. Iron Blade speed and range. Huh. I guess I should increase the chance of this. I'm sorry, I'm taking a long time because I really want to be, you know, not min-maxing, but I want to be smart with this, so I don't waste these points. Oh, that's a good one. Have a chance to also retaliate with Iron Blade when you riposte. Isn't that the same? Punishment and combo riposte. When you hit an enemy with riposte, you have a chance to also attack with Iron Blade. You have a chance to also retaliate with Iron Blade when you riposte. That's the same! That's the same! There are two on here that are the same, that are boosting the same thing. That's really funny. Alright, well I guess I should increase its chance to proc at all. Yeah, that seems smart. If that's the thing that vengeance is best for, then we'll do that. We have a +3 to it, by the way, because of the hammer we're using. Yeah, he looks really silly now in terms of running. It's not the right animation for the Sentinel. I think whenever, I mean, even without the armor, I think he looks silly. Like, you should build your class animations around what they will look like with the armor they wear on. Like, it's kind of silly not to do that. But I'm pretty sure they have at least thought of that, but it didn't turn out quite right. Thankfully, there is still time before the game comes out. Man, that's so good. Yeah, we're doing a lot of fire damage. Like a lot. Woohoo! I'm so fast. Poison.
I cannot do that.
Since I do make use of shield charge so often, I should probably level that up. Probably. Eh? Most likely. Oh, hello, protective fallen osprix of blades. Goodbye. Level 43 already. Huzzah! Yes. Conflagrating, large rare idol of melting. Chance to ignite on hit, chance to shred armor on hit with fire skills. That sounds particularly good for me. Okay, so we have good physical resistance, we have good fire resistance, we have okay cold. Poison is the one thing where I'm missing. Is this one just as big? No, it's not. It's actually smaller, but it doesn't matter. Huh. Drat. Oh, man. We can do this. Feels bad, man. What is this? Fizz resistance. 62. We can take fire out, then put fizz on. That'll be fine. I would like void resistance, though. It's probably max idols, max level that we get all the idle spaces opened up, right? It's going to be a while. Is there anything I haven't forged? Because we do need poison resistance. I haven't died to poison once in this game, though. Or no, maybe once. Maybe just once. Anything without... No. Oh well. Necrotic could also be upgraded. Do we have anything with Necrotic? Oh, this has 13% poison chance. We're getting that from there. This one has necrotic resistance, but 0 forge. Ooh. This one has necrotic resistance and poison resistance. see what we can do with this. Do we have any things of hope? No, we do not. Oh, no. So we need poison more. Hello, Pappy.
Think you can eat now? Rotini with...
I'm not hungry at the moment.
That's fine. I'll just put it up away and then some nice salad.
Thank you so much for getting it.
See you.
Good to see you, Pappy.
Ah,
Hello.
hi.
Say hello to Pappy, chat.
Hello, everyone.
My father, Mr. Banks.
Have a good day.
Thank you again. Thank you. So now we have... What does it say? Oh, that's the one we have on right now. Okay. So this is this. 17. Went from 10 to 17. That's not enough. Right. Why does it say 16%? Oh, because it's just a percentage of a percentage. That makes sense. Oof. Alrighty then. Necrotic resistance is a yes. Oh, we can't upgrade that either. Oh. Okay. 8 forge, though. Should we wait? I think we'll wait. Oh, we can... Can we forge these? No. Okay, we cannot. Forging idols is a strange thought. Had to try, though. You never know. Hello, says Krillip. That was a bit late, but, sorry. My father never sticks around for long. Man. I think they've also improved the enemy death animations. Is your dad camera shy? I think to a certain degree he is, Mr. B. Don't let him know that. He's very odd when it comes to the internet. You know what I mean? Like, video calls. It's very awkward. Not used to it. You too hate being in front of cameras? That makes sense. I'm okay with being in front of a camera as long as I can't see the people looking at me. Also, the expectation of a time limit. I don't do well under pressure, let's just say. As long as my channel is chill, as long as what I'm doing does not have a time limit or an expectation, and it's just entertainment, chilling with the friends, with my brethren, then I can do it all day. If I feel well enough. I want to do it all day. But if I were on stage and there were all those people staring at me and I had to do something like a presentation in 20 minutes or less, I would freak out. Although I have done well with that in the past, it's just, it doesn't feel good. That's a real good thing, too. 57% chance to ignite on hit. Yikes. Yikes. Charles, do you like phone calls, or do you hate them, too? Yeah, I hate phone calls. I'll do them if they are necessary. But I try to avoid them as much as possible. Like, I would rather talk to people in real life than talk to people on phone call. And I get awkward in real life. Yes, I would much rather text people. Yep. I don't think I've ever called anyone in the last few years. That's not true. I've called Google Fiber and my bank. That is actually true. But yeah. Only business, you know? Of course, if I did have friends that liked talking online, I might, you know, go out of my way to try and keep up with them on the phone. But hopefully, if I had any real-life friends, I would be able to have a good relationship with them without having to speak to them on the phone. Don't agree with the obsession with non-stop texting? Yeah. Non-stop texting is a little crazy. Like, I want to communicate as quickly as possible and get out of there. Constantly going back and forth and being like, hey, how's it going? Oh, it's going good. How are you? Good. How are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. What am I doing? And doing that constantly. I saw this. Here's this thing. Like it. I don't know. And the thing is, I don't do it that much. Like, the way that I communicate with people is through Discord, my own Discord, and Twitch. And that's just about it. Hello, treasure chest. Boom. I'd be like, can I please just call you instead? Yeah. I mean, it is actually a lot more... Well, it depends. It depends on the person if actually talking to them on the phone is more efficient. Because that's all I care about. What is going to be the most efficient? What is going to be the easiest? Yeah. More damage. Stun avoidance, fire resistance, void resistance, 15%. We do need necrotic resistance, don't we? I don't know, man. 24% extra damage is, pretty nice. I'm just getting Mail Crusher for all my passives now. Do you audio call people on Discord at all? If you audio called me, you'd be amazed how much I talk. Never shut up. There it is. Well, if you pay attention to my channel at all, you will know that I do Thursdays and sometimes even Fridays Discord calls on Catherine Naomi when she streams. Because she has a podcast that talks about anime, something I'm very much into, as well as Genshin Impact streams or Elden Ring streams on Thursday nights. Used to do Elden Ring streams anyway. And so I would be on her channel during her streams and a guest on her podcasts. And that is fun. It is a lot of fun. The only reason I do it with her and no one else is because she is the most... what's the word? Hospitable person I've ever met. Like, the first time I went into her chat, she spoke to me like she'd known me my whole life. And she does that with everyone. It's amazing. No, I'm not socially awkward with those streams at all. But that's just because of how chill she is. She is the most person. Most personable person. Most... what's the word? I don't know. What is the correct term for someone who... for whom there is no awkwardness, no stress, no expectation, no... like, everyone she talks to is a friend for life. It's incredible. Yeah, she is extremely fun and polite. She laughs at everyone's jokes, literally everyone's. It's ridiculous. It's kind of... it's almost too much. Like, she just goes off. Say joke to cat, cat is dead. She's trying to be like your best friend right away, might run away, actually. Well, it's not that. It's like she just kind of assumes that you are. It's not that she, like, is needy or is clamoring for attention. That's the opposite of what it is. It's just like, she'll invite you onto her channel, be like, you want to be in Discord? It's like, I guess so. And then you're on the Discord and it's like, hey friend, okay, so what we're doing and blah blah blah, and blah, 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 and it's like, no awkwardness at all. Just straight into it. I am lost. Is there nothing here? Yeah, there's nothing here. I must have gotten the thing I was going for. I didn't even notice. Travel. Does she get in your face and ask like 500 questions? No. No, she does not. That's another thing.
You killed him?
She's very obliging.
Good.
And is, like,
I know
her
it's
whole
vindictive,
ethos
but
on
that
her stream,
really
and I guess in
made
real
her
life as well, is to not make anyone uncomfortable. Yeah, all the questions, it's heck on earth. It can be. Yes, I killed someone. I don't know who it was, but I killed a lot of things.
Her? Just a poor girl who cares too much for someone who can't return her feelings. If
Aw.
we pull this off, maybe I can give her some good news for once, eh?
Quest complete. Passive point acquired. That's very nice. Okay, I should actually invest into the Paladin section. It's kind of important. I am trying to be a Paladin after all. It's just so many of these are nice, just not very good, if that makes sense. Increased melee ignite chance? Is that really something I need to be doing? Too guarded toward people with that energy level? Yeah. Done audio Discord group calls before, and once it got to more than like 3 people, I freaked out and left the call. Yeah, I do that too. Yeah. If that does happen, which has happened before on Catherine's podcast, I just sit back and listen until... Because, you know, I would probably watch that podcast anyway, but I never really get invested or involved in those sorts of podcasts. Unless it's with a lot of people that I actually know. But even so, it's kind of stressful. But, you know, Dom Voyage, Catherine, and I have good anime streams on Fridays, so... That's the cap for me of where I'm comfortable. It's like two other people's, that's good, that's fine. Any more than that, it starts to get stressful for me. Healing effectiveness and health. Spell damage with shield, 3 per point. Necrotic resistance, health, healing effectiveness. Attunement. What does attunement do? Per point of attunement. I see. Increased mana regen. I don't really have a problem with that. There's really nothing I'm having an issue with that these solve. That's the funny thing. I've gotten just about everything I want here. I guess Phoenix stance is really all, but what am I trying to get over here? Sword of Raya. Your melee attacks have an additional chance to ignite enemies if you have directly casted? Oh boy. Cast. A spell recently. If. Armor within, while with a shield, 50 per point. Oh, spell damage with a shield, 2 per point. That's a really good one. Right there, Sanctuary Guardian. So I should definitely get the Ignite one. Phoenix Strike is just a no-brainer, really. Alright, next point we are putting into Sanctuary Guardian. Do you know other anime groups that do audio call groups I could join for group chats? No. I don't know why, but getting into the anime community is kind of a hard thing to break into. Even though there are millions of people worldwide, perhaps even billions, that are into anime, there are very few that, and communities that are very welcoming and very personable, I found. Either they're incredibly perverse and will be open to anyone being in them, or they're massive and really toxic. Oh, ads. Sorry. Alright, let's get into the game then. Let's get this in here. What is this? Oh yeah, spiked maul. I don't need any of that. 57 chance to ignite on hit is good though. Give me that. Oh, I don't have any shatter shards. I guess I'll put that in the chest then. Oh goodness. Same thing with these two. Oh boy. Man. Okay, we can put that there. Now we can put these there as well. What is these? Necrotic resistance. Oh. We need that. This too is useless. And this. Okay. I think we're good. Ads are over finally. Welcome back and thanks for the ad revenue, Mr. B. Thanks a lot. So what I was saying was, either big anime groups, there are big anime groups and those are the easy ones to find, right? And there are two types of big anime groups that you can easily find. And those two are those that are extremely perverse but open to everyone. And the other is those that are massive but have a toxic community, which have a very focused, like, enjoyment of only a very specific fandom. Like, I've found dozens of anime groups that are just focused on One Piece, or Naruto, or Bleach, and that's all they watch. That's it. And I'm like, I mean, I like those shows, but that's not all I'm into. And that's all they ever talk about. So, it's actually really difficult to find good anime community out there. Toxic versus lewd, which one to pick? Yes, exactly. Which is why, you know, the little community that Catherine Naomi has is so nice, it's so wholesome, and it's so welcoming as well. I actually do not need any items anymore. Like, we are good. Good to go. This is a very interesting enemy. Profane flesh. He is on fire. There we go, that's faster. Whoosh. It's a cool animation. Resists necrotic damage. Good thing I don't do that. That was easy. These things roll around like crazy. I feel like they ripped those enemies right out of Dark Souls 1. Guess you'll pick lewd. Oh boy. It's the easiest thing. It actually is. Be careful, brother. Do not fall to temptation. Can either have perverted but nice, or clean but mean and hateful. Well, it's not that the clean are mean and hateful, it's just you don't find much clean at all. And the ones you do find are very limited in their interest. But it depends on what you want. If you want to have a chill, like, wholesome community that is only interested in the most popular and, the most popular and least offensive shows, then you have that with the shonen community. All they watch is My Hero Academia, One Piece, and Naruto. I will say, though, that the number of wholesome anime out there is actually increasing. Like Spy Family, everyone loves Spy Family, and it is very clean. There's also, you know, shows that are kind of a nice middle ground, like Kaguya-sama, Love is War. And that one is hilarious. It does have some dirty jokes in it, but for the most part, it's very clean and funny. 53 armor, you say? 14% movement speed, you say? Well, well. Well. Find it, yeah, it's not really that hard to find clean anime. It's nice. I mean, that's what I started to find out when I first started watching anime. I expected them all to be perverse, but surprisingly, massive amounts are pretty nice, pretty easy to watch. Now, funnily enough, most of my favorite ones are not that wholesome. Like, I watch a lot of gory anime. I don't know why. It's like anime that have really intense plots are always more graphic, and those are the ones I tend toward. This guy has way too much health. I guess he's dodging most of my hits. There we go. Less dodge. Take that. Can't dodge. Move out of the damage. Finally. It took forever, but we got a lot of loot out of it. Watched Konosuba, Gods Bless This World, and I'm like, okay, this chick has a weird thing about people beating her and making it schmactual. It's true. That one, I wish I could like it. What the heck is that? That's a nice head amulet. Welcome in, Layla Game Zone.
Hi.
Hello, good to see you. Welcome to Last Epoch and my chill playthrough of it. How have you been? Layla Game Zone. Layla Game Zone is herself a VTuber and Christian sister in Christ. If you haven't tuned into her channel before, please consider doing so now. Very fun, very wholesome. Boom. Good, you. I'm very glad to hear that you are good. I've been having a great day. Very high energy. Feeling good in the neighborhood, if you will. But you don't have to. You don't have to will that. But I'm a happy boy. Had a good Bible reading sesh today, and retaining that energy. My back is beginning to hurt me, though. So I have to be careful. Cautious. Like it, to be honest, but then once it got to a very lewd scene in a Red Lantern district, and I'm like, okay, goodbye. Yeah. It gets a lot worse. Like, Season 2 is just nuts, man, in terms of the inappropriateness. I had to stop watching that baloney. It's so stupid, too. Like, I feel like the quality of Konosuba got worse as time went on, and it also got more inappropriate. That's generally how it goes, isn't it? Stupid humor you liked? Yeah, there is some really funny parts in there. Sort of like Game of Thrones. Yeah, in a way, yeah. More and more inappropriate, less and less well written. That's actually quite accurate. Didn't realize how good a metaphor that is. Of course, one is a comedy and the other is not. But yeah, good metaphor. Would have to like have blindfolds on to watch the anime. In other words, just don't watch it. I really wish you could forge unique items. I'm gonna take this though. One-handed mace. Yeah. Onward, Christian soldiers! Used to be into the inappropriate animes, but that was years ago. Ah, you have known the ways the old ways of evil. Much better to be prepared to fight them, if you will. But yeah, that's good to hear. Actually, someone who got out of it, eh? Oh my! Oh my! Amen. Be like, Father, forgive me. I've sinned. What is my child? I watched Konosuba last night. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It does have quite a lot of... Like, after a certain point, the whole plot is, like, about that. It's very irreverent. It gets to be a very irreverent show. I mean, I guess it always was. Making fun of the whole, genre of... What's it called? I'm like, I'm going to hell after watching that. I wouldn't say it goes that far, but it goes far. The ecchi genre. Yeah. Yeah, it gets to that point in the second season. Oh, Golden Guy is raiding with a party of 4. Welcome in, raiders, to Charles Chill Channel and Last Epoch. Applause for the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everyone in the channel, prepare to repel borders with happiness and welcoming and joyfulness. How are you, Golden Guy? Beb. Hello, Beb. Also, Osu Gamer. Greetings and salutations. Currently eating pizza, but I will be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you for letting me know. Enjoy that pizza for me, because I can no longer eat pizza. I'm allergic to so much of what's in it. Enjoy it on my behalf, Osu Gamer. Thanks a lot. How goes it, Golden Guy? Ladies and gentlemen, Golden Guy is a good friend of the channel. Please consider giving him a good old-fashioned follow if you have not already. And check out his channel when you have the time. Give him a subscription if you have the means. There's a shout-out. Why is it always rain when I watch Charles streams? I like rain. Maybe that's why. Nice, chill ambiance that rain casts. Hello. Citadel Sewers. This is like my favorite enemy in this. Well, the rats too, but... Look at this, just sludge blob. Look at him. He has a big old mouth, shaped like a frog, a little bit. It's just kind of cute. Ow. I don't want to kill it. Can it kill itself? Yes, it can. Eat me! There we go. I didn't kill it. Oh, hello. Okay, this time I killed them. Kill them. Kill them all. Rust Blade of Acid. That sounds horrible. I love rain, me too. Doing great. Have a very janky setup right now, so I'll be typing conservatively at the moment. No worries. Hearts for Golden Guy. Hearts, triple hearts, double hearts. How do you do that? Do that thing? Anyway, no pizza. My gosh, what did you do to tick God off? He's like, no dare for this one. You must have done something terrible in a past life. Yeah, that's how that works.
I could not do
sure. I mean, honestly, because of the fact that my reactions are so bad to it, it does mean that I'm a lot more careful around it than normal people are with the same stuff. And as we all know, pizza really isn't good for anything except for calories. Which you need calories to survive, but not that many. But I love pizza. It's my favorite food. And I do indeed cheat for once in a while. I've never regretted it, but I always feel bad afterwards. Yeah, pizza is good for the soul, even if it's not good for the body. It's like bread and wine. Both are good for the heart of man. Even the Bible says that. Wine and oil and bread rejoice the heart of man. Killed someone, no good tasting food for you. Oh boy, Imperial Watchers, I hate these. Take it out, there we go. Alright, I know how to deal with those now. Burst them down or they will explode you. Always thought Charles ate beef Wellington. I have had like beef Wellington once. It was delicious, but not much. Beef Wellington. I wish I ate it more. Yeah, why does that work? That is so silly. LOL, you're more into gin. There is that, yeah. I mean, okay, there's this a spectrum of alcoholic beverages. I generally don't like alcohol. It's bitter to me. But rum, spiced rum, Captain Morgan's is the one alcoholic beverage that I actually enjoy the flavor of. Because it's mostly just sugar, let's be honest. I only like alcohols that don't taste like alcohol. And then there's like rum and coke. Raw Captain Morgan's is delish. Even so. And then, which I don't have these like almost ever. I like to be very cautious. As the Bible says, there are no verses that say never to drink, but there are tons of verses that say not to get drunk. Be not drunk with the Spirit. I mean, be not drunk with wine, but filled with the Holy Spirit. Get it? Because it's like it's a biblical pun, you know? Do not be drunk with spirits, but be filled with the Holy Spirit. Yeah. So, anyway, I've tasted a lot of different types of beer and ale and things. I hate ale. It's so sad to say, but I hate ale, I hate light beers, I hate beer in general. Gin is actually not terrible. Not a big fan of gin, but it's not as bad as most beers. There's also... I forget the names of some things. I actually liked Guinness. Guinness was fine. I like really dark, chocolatey flavors. I'm a big black coffee guy, so anything that tastes like chocolate or coffee, I'll be a fan of. But, you know, wine is underneath those things. So rum, Guinness, wine, and then everything else. Beer. Red wine, specifically. I don't think I've even ever had white wine. I don't know that I'd enjoy it. Seems to be mostly alcohol flavor with carbonation, if you will. I don't know if that's called carbonation. Dark ale can be quite good. Yeah, as dark as it could possibly be, I'm kind of okay with, flavor-wise. Like anything that has sweet flavoring to it, like blueberry vodka, I like it. Never had blueberry vodka. I've only had, like, super cheap vodka before. I had one swig of cheap vodka. I don't know why. Why did I do that? I don't know. It was horrible. I guess my friend and I were like, you know, we need to taste these for ourselves so we have the experience. And, you know, one vodka can't be that different from another. It's still vodka, right? It's like, yeah, no, it's just always bad if you get cheap anything. White wine is kind of similar to champagne, right. Thought all gentlemen enjoyed wine. Hello, Mojo Master 88.
Oh, hi.
How do you do? Pleasure to have you with us on my chill channel to play some Lost Epoch together. Ooh. I mean, a lot of lightning resistance on this baby. Interesting thing. This thing has lightning resistance, crit strike multiplier, increased physical damage, and lightning resistance. So we could make a build based on lightning resistance that increases our physical resistance. Because there is a thing we get that increases our physical resistance based on how much lightning damage we're taking. But yeah, I'm a gentleman, and because of that, I kind of want to be able to say that I at least enjoy wine to a certain extent. Am I going to go out of my way to buy wine? No. I do feel like spending money on good alcohol, even if it's good, is a waste. Because, like, you can get juice that's actually good for you for a fraction of the price. And it tastes good. Anyway. So, what's the point? I'd probably rather take grape juice over wine, actual wine, any old day of the week. Not that I don't enjoy wine, but, you know, grape juice is easier to drink and cheap. Mr. B tried Guinness. I'm like, why are you trying to poison me? Do you want me to die? Oh my gosh. What happened? I pressed something. Oh, resume. I opened up the Steam menu. Did I just reveal my darkest secrets? I don't know. Yeah, champagne is just white wine from a specific place, I think. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking champagne is white wine, but I didn't want to say anything because I'm not a wine expert. Yeah, and it has added carbonation, so I was right about the carbonation bit. Alcohol is a little bit fizzy to begin with, so I feel like added carbonation is a bit much. Chill equals good for the mind and heart. Amen, Mojo Master, amen. Keep it chill, keep it relaxing. Keep it happy. True contentment is a virtue and an art. Love wine too much, to be honest. I'll drink the entire bottle in one sitting. Oh, wow. Does that make you a gentleman? Mr. B? Whoa! 400 block effectiveness? What the heck? Oh my gosh. Oh man. Wow. I can't not take that. What the heck? Alcohol is too glorified in the West. It's poison for the body and brain. Amen. I will say, though, that while it is glorified here in the West, it's actually drunk a lot more in anywhere else. That's a weird catch-22. Like in the UK, a lot more people drink it and get drunk. But here in the US, it's like a lot more people get drunk and commit crimes. Not a lot more, but the amount of people who do drink generally get drunk and commit crimes. Know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Stand down or die.
What's shocking to see, because I've seen so many people get drunk and families been broken by drunken fathers and even mothers here in the US, is that the United States drinks is one of the least drunken nations in terms of first world countries. And that's all because of the fact that we had the great what's it called? Not perdition. In the 30s. What's it called? I can't think of it. Prohibition. Yes, the Prohibition era was a thing that never happened anywhere else. And so the cultural mind of the US has been fashioned to have a negative view, a stigmatization on alcohol. that does not exist in other countries. That's fascinating to me. It's been almost 100 years since the Prohibition era, and it still has made a massive impact. And I would say it's kind of a good impact. Like, kind of. Like, it has... It's interesting. It criminalized alcohol, which made it so less people drank it, but it also made it so more people became criminals. And when the Prohibition era was ended, still less people drank, but still more people who got it got drunk off of it. As a lifestyle. Oh, this is just better than what I'm wearing. Although instead of a percentage, it's a flat rate on everything. Oh, boy. Same level as what I'm using, too. It's just like a different build. The pizza has been eaten. Huzzah, Osu Gamer! Glad to hear it. Thank you for letting me know. We got a lot of gold. Yay! Honey mead is very good. I have a friend from softball that makes it himself. Oh, nice. I had a friend who made mead as well, but I never actually got the chance to try it. Sadly. Yeah, that might actually be a good thing. I think so. Honestly, I think the Prohibition probably had a better effect on society than a bad effect, but... you know, it's probably best that people have their freedoms to a certain degree. I don't know, I go back and forth on that. It's like the marijuana issue. Like the fact that, so many people were criminally growing, selling, buying, and using marijuana back in the day made it so that lawmakers wanted to make it so that marijuana was no longer criminalized, so that people wouldn't see it as something to do to slight the government. So therefore maybe people would be less tempted to do it because it's not illegal. And that didn't work because people just, the same people get high anyway, both legally and in the same ways that they used to get it illegally. So I was like, what's the point? In the end. And a lot more people are getting high and getting addicted to it anyway. Because of that. It's a net negative. It's basically the opposite of prohibition, you know? So I guess I do know what I'm what I'm on about. I don't think that the marijuana attempt to legalize it and make it less of a criminal thing actually had any positive effect. Because people were still able to make, you know, medicine based on it before it was legalized. So it just made it so that people could smoke it more easily out there, which is weird. Yeah, the Mafia. Did you know that lemon juice has anti-cancerous qualities? Why aren't people obsessed with lemon juice as they are obsessed with alcohol? I mean, I know alcohol can make your mood better and reduce stress. That's why I save it only when I'm at the bottom and not on every occasion. Actually, alcohol does not do either thing. It does not make your mood better and does not reduce stress. It actually increases stress because it's something, poison you're putting into your body that your body has to deal with, and that causes stress, especially if you get drunk. If you don't get drunk, it's not going to have much negative effect, but it's not going to do anything for you. That's what I've heard of, you know, the science of it. If you get drunk, there is an equal amount of possibility that you will get super stressed and super sad, or that you will get super happy and super... all of your inhibitions will go. So, it's one of the two, and either one is actually bad for your body. Sanctuary Guardian. Armor with a shield, up. And spell damage with a shield, up. Boom. We're locking it in, folks. I'm a shield paladin. Yeah, I've also, you know, those old wives' tales that say, if you have a stomach ache, get a little bit of alcohol, and you'll be fine. Or, you know, if you have the flu, put a little alcohol, get a hot toddy in some tea, hot tea, and with honey, and that'll knock it right out. Actually, and I've read some studies on this, and I've talked to some doctors about it, and they're like, yeah, it'd probably be better just to have hot tea, hot herbal tea with honey without the alcohol in it. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? Ads? Okay, I'll repeat my statement when the ads are over. Oh, the kitty has come. The kitty cometh. The kitty say hello. The kitty. I'm just gonna stand here and wait for all my enemies to kill themselves. Actually, that doesn't work. They have to be in range. Woohoo! Got him. Back from the ads. Welcome back from the ads, Layla Game Zone. Thanks for the ad revenue. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Yanan says baking soda is good for stomach aches. Never heard about the alcohol thing, though. Yeah. That was a thing I grew up thinking. And I've known people who did that as well. Alcohol surely won't help you get better. Yeah. My grandmother used to go to bed with a nightcap every night. I don't know what she used to drink, but it was some kind of... Ooh. Philosopher's Stout Lagonian Idol of Storms. 14% of potion health converted to ward. What does that mean? Increase lightning damage, minion lightning damage. I'll take it, but I don't think I'll use it. But yeah, I think the baking soda thing is actually true. I hate it, because I hate baking soda. The flavor is awful. I mean, it's baking soda. But it actually works. I don't know why. I don't know why. It helps balance out. Why is this... Why can I walk through this? That needs to be fixed. But it helps out the acidity of your stomach, right? Yeah, some people say one shot of Jaeger a day is good for you, or a glass of wine. Right, that's what they say. I actually have never heard a doctor ever say that. But yeah, my grandmother used to take a nightcap, but then she changed to... her doctor told her to not drink anymore, and so she stopped drinking. And then she took like a half a can of Coca-Cola every night. And that was a good replacement, I guess. And she lived until she was 99 years old, I think? 99 years old. And she still had most of her black hair. It's incredible. She had salt and pepper hair when she died. Like, in the coffin, she had salt and pepper hair. And her skin was so soft. Legendary woman. Garchunkles. She actually had a stint on vaudeville. Actually a very successful stint in vaudeville in her era. Used to be a singer and dancer and performer. Was actually being considered for a role in Wizard of Oz as Dorothy. And I think she would have done a good job. Well, she applied for it anyway. Didn't get it. I haven't heard the Jaeger thing before, but I could understand if a shot of Underberg a day was good for you. Made with a lot of herbs. Interesting. Yeah, for the longest time, people have thought that taking alcohol for medicinal use was a thing, and we've been finding out recently that it just isn't. It isn't so. Mostly. I mean, I'm sure, like Krillip said, if it has good ingredients, then those good ingredients will help, not the alcohol bit of it. Necessarily. Man. My character's strong. Woo! It's so silly that spinning the mouse around like that actually works. Hello, everybody. Goodbye, everybody. Till when did Coke actually add cocaine in it? I think it started in the 20s, right? With Coke had cocaine in it. And I think it stopped in, like, the 40s. So... in spite of the source of the name being connected to cocaine, it actually has most of its life cycle being without it. Yeah, 100 years ago. True. Literally. 100 full years ago. Could have just had the plant Coke was made from. I've heard that it actually did contain small amounts of Coke. I don't know. We could Google that. Of course, you know. Is Google actually accurate? You have to make your own choice on that. Come to your own conclusion. Woo! Let me get you. I'll come get you now. Haha! Get exploded. So could you actually get high off Coke, the drink? I don't know. Water! 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 Yeah, cocaine wasn't considered bad back then. It was seen as a relaxant. Yeah. Same thing with opium, for the most part. Although that was changing in the 20th century already, at the turn of the century. Hit him though. Gracious. Don't let him explode. Cleric's Taj. Oh, I had that way back in the day. It's a good Taj. Level 3 though. Not much to that. Yeah, Sherlock Holmes did Coke, but he did it in a 7% solution with water. Intravenously. Which, I don't know why anyone would, okay, never mind, I know why. I was gonna say, I don't know why anyone would actually choose intravenous for the sake of, a relaxant, or as a, you know, for the sake of a high. That sounds awful, but it's because it got into the veins faster than you could get it anywhere else. But he already smoked so much, but anyway, I don't know. Could you can't smoke cocaine then. If you could, you probably would have. Of course, Sherlock Holmes was not real, so... although it was based on someone else. Charles is adorkable. Thank you, Patreon. Didn't the British sell opium to the Chinese? Yes. Was it legal back then? No. It became illegal after that time, like at the end of the 1800s, as far as I remember. I remember being taught this in class, and now I can't remember the details. Figures. Armor. Raise strength. I like the sentinel stuff. I like that too. Added damage with a mace. Sounds amazing. But paladin stuff. Shield wall. Cannot dodge. Block chance plus 5%. Health gained on block. Increased armor, 5 per point, and critical strike avoidance. That's a good thing too. Very good thing. Cast Holy Symbol on block. Holy Symbol? What is that? I don't even know. You can smoke cocaine? No? I don't know. Crack cocaine? Can you smoke cocaine? I need to find this out. Let's find out. Can you smoke cocaine? Why am I looking this up? I am curious. Powder through the nose. Smoking cocaine achieves maximal concentration and effect far more rapidly than the snorting route. Oh, you can. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why would you do that? Anyway. But yeah, there it is, friends. You can indeed, you could indeed anyway, smoke cocaine. Don't do crack. Anyway, had a friend once. He pushed you to invite to the church. He said Jesus was knocking on your door, but his church was at the other side of the city. Wasn't going to take an Uber on a Saturday morning for such service I'm not familiar with, in a place where I didn't know many but him, and consider I am extremely introverted and did not like that kind of service anyway, as I came to realize. Well, I didn't go, and I asked for his apologies. He ghosted you. Oh, that's sad. That is not how to be a Christian, I reckon. I reckon if all they want to do is get you to church, then they're not a true friend. Like, you gotta be friends, man. Have a good testimony. Be nice. Had another friend you looked up to, another Christian also goes to you. Today I just hope he is reaping what he is sowing. Well, everyone does. But best not to be vengeful, my friend. The more vengeful you are, the more you will reap what you sow. Vengeance is mine, I shall repay, thus says the Lord. Vengeance is mine, I shall replay all the Dark Souls games. That's what I say. Yeah, this was for science. Crack cocaine was smoked. That's crazy, Freeze Jailer. You beat that hellish dragon on the 8th monolith of fate. That's one heck of a boss fight. Congratulations, Mojo Master. Congrats. Armor, wow. Should I get this of this? I feel like this is just a base upgrade. More armor. I don't know, man. I don't know. My guy is so fast. Chunkles, cubuncles. Speedy. Just flying through these guys. Oh, that's so fun. Alright, let's go. 603 health, that's a lot. Not vengeful, at least I hope not, just resentful. That's basically the same thing. If you resent somebody, that's tantamount to vengeful.
This was once Solarum, my home, but now it is a monument to death.
So our character actually does have some connection to the story, that's good. We just get little tidbits of that. The backstory of the main character, here and there. Yeah, best to forgive and forget. Because that's what God does with our sins, if we should repent. And even if we don't, he has already given himself up to die on a cross and be tortured to death, rather than just, you know, take out his wrath out on us out of hand. Is that a giant mummy?
or your friend dies.
Yes, it is. No, it's a giant...
Expecting you.
I have no idea what that is.
Do not look surprised.
Well, these are the two bosses I recently fought.
A proper welcome is the least I can do.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was always a trap.
You should have seen this coming. You know how the Emperor operates. He would not simply let you go. Yes. And now your friend will watch, frozen in magic, while the Emperor decides your fate.
The Emperor. Let's reduce enemy armor as well. Methinks. Let's try that. Crack is an epidemic in your country. Crack addicts everywhere. Gracious. Yeah, Brazil. City of Sao Paulo. The situation is out of control for some decades now. Gracious. Goodness gracious. God help Brazil. In the UK, your area's got kids on e-scooters going around delivering drugs. Oh my. What kind of drugs, actually? E-scooters. Yeah. Doesn't really matter what level of affluence. It's the same everywhere, isn't it, to a degree? Don't know how someone could buy drugs from kids. Where are the morals gone? Well, if someone is buying drugs, they'd be willing to buy it from anyone, depending on how desperate you are. Usually cocaine. Really? This may not be true, but I feel like the cocaine drug trade has almost been completely eradicated out of the US. Now it's different drugs that are being smuggled in, but not cocaine. Also turned Brazil into a war zone. Everyone knows someone who is mugged, assaulted. Sometimes it happens the thief is high, so he'll pull the trigger of the gun.
You should have seen
Makes
this
sense.
coming.
Is this the Emperor? I think it is. The Skull Emperor. What am I doing here? Defeat Harton, Zarek, and Yulia.
You should have seen this coming. You know how the Emperor operates. Yes.
I
And now
trusted you,
your friend-
Yulia.
I've heard of
Oh
your
no.
power.
Was that
Let's
bugged?
see how you face this.
Let's see how you face this. Oh, okay. Both of the previous enemies are up now. Okay, I see. Is this woman trying to freeze me while they're trying to attack me? Oh, that's
My loyalty is eternal.
diabolical. I'm not taking, like, any damage. That's amazing.
To die in the Emperor's presence is a gift for her.
Wow. We're doing well. Huzzah. I can just not look at the screen and be fine, right?
Break yourself upon my body.
Norway, cocaine has become a big problem, actually. I actually heard about drug problems in Scandinavia in general. Certain states or certain places specifically. Generally, that problem is all due to a liberal, very liberal, open government. Allowing people to do what they want seems to be a virtue to them. I believe we got them all. Oh, it didn't explode. Hello, Emperor. How you doing, Emperor? You're looking crazy.
Now's our chance. Quick, use Herot's lance.
Whose side are you on? She's a double agent. Pretty sure the marijuana trade is almost gone, because it's legal in a lot of areas, but I don't know about cocaine. Yeah. I mean, I know some people who illegally trade marijuana. I do, and they've gone to prison, they've gotten out, and they're still trying to do it. So, it's not gone. Definitely not. Cocaine is, like, not even a thing here. Your mom always begs you to not go out of the house with anything, not your wallet, not your phone. Wow. I feel like if you get attacked, it's best to be able to call someone. Like, shouldn't your life be more important than your phone? Wow. Wonder what class I should try after the Sentinel, although I haven't tried his other two masteries, which sound interesting. Void Knight and Paladin, they do sound fun. Paladin is a lot more... I mean, you can get a lot of different abilities from the Sentinel tree anyway, and use those, but Paladin is a lot more laid back. Like, you don't get as many attacks, abilities to fill out your kit. Most of them are just healing, which is why most of them I haven't even used. But it's a lot more passive of a playstyle. You just depend upon your armor and your weapon to do most of the damage and most of the defense, and then all of your abilities are just for sustain, to keep yourself alive. So, but yeah, I don't know. I'm going to do Druid next, after this playthrough, I think, maybe. I might try some other game and then come back to this and play Druid. But we'll see. I like to vary it up. That's what I would do next. Europe's got the most cocaine. Trying to replace global warming with a different type of snow. No way. Not the most cocaine, but like Northwest's got a lot. Crazy. That's crazy. Lana Del Rey came to Brazil. All the soft goth girls are freaking out. Soft goth girls. Oh, I love it. Fatigue Train on. Oh my gosh. Name is Bonds. Welcome in, my VIP and gentleman and founding Federalist. Happy Memorial Day. Is it Memorial Day? Is it really? Or it will be. Memorial Day weekend, right? Am I going insane? Either way, happy Memorial Day to you. Hear good things about Assassin. Yeah, that's probably good, end cutscene. It probably is, most likely. Usually rogue/assassin is excellent in any ARPG they're in. Usually overpowered, actually. Actually. Is that way too much? Oh dang, it seems once you choose a mastery you can't change, respecialize later, so I'll need to start a new character for the other masteries of the Paladin. Yep, that's how it works. Cold Druid is your most played toon. Ooh, toon. You must have played World of Warcraft, end cutscene. No one calls characters toons except for World of Warcraft players, from what I've seen. It's interesting. What other games do you feel like playing? I was thinking about this today. Lost Epoch is one of them that I still want to play, but I actually want to play an RTS. Oh, EverQuest? Oh, gotcha. Same difference. No, I'm just kidding. Memorial? Isn't that in November? Yeah, November is Veterans Day. Some years ago there was a fashion trend, the soft goth. Oh really? That's actually a thing? I'd never heard of that. I thought you were just making a joke about how the goth girls in Brazil are all softies and... Anyway. Just the natural evolution of the emo fashion. It's still going strong there in Brazil? Dang. I would not have expected that. Yeah, Memorial Day is the 29th of May. Yeah, so that's Monday. It's always a Monday, Memorial Day. But yes, Memorial Day weekend. Remember the troops. EverQuest back in the day, yeah. I see. Cold Druid is probably going to be fun. Is there an Electrical Druid? Can you play Electrical Druid? That was something in Diablo 4 I enjoyed. But yeah, I want to play Tiberium Wars. I want to try Tiberium Wars. Also, I got for free off of Steam, Warhammer 40k Gladius? Warhammer 40k Gladius, which is a strategy game, like a turn-based strategy game, 4x4 strategy game. And I'm like, it's free, I do want to try it, maybe I'll try it on stream. Think RTS is your weakest genre. Never had that strategizing mind which can plan ahead. You have to be very fast, it's true. Also, thank you, Osu Gamer, for the fabulous Frabjous follow. Thanks a lot. Glad to know you, Osu. But yeah, RTS requires a lot of fast key binds. Requires you to be very quick with the actions per minute, as well as to plan ahead and know the map and know the class or the house or clan or guild or race you're playing very well. Yes, remember those who died for our country. Amen, Layla Game Zone. Both of my grandfathers were in World War II. One grandfather on my father's side, the British side, was an American, but, you know, full-fledged British background. Was in World War II as a naval officer, naval technician. And he very rarely talked about it until the end of his life, where he actually told my father all about it, about what he experienced. And I haven't heard much of that, but... Soft Goth was essentially heavy makeup, but not too much. References to witchcraft, pentagram, Charlie, Charlie, are you there? I feel like that seems familiar, but I don't... It rings a bell, but I don't know what. Pity Trinon. Without the... How to kill myself without the whole death part. I've heard of that, actually. Yep, sounds about right. Like your grandfather, your biological one, yes. Ah, I see. Yes. Well, thanks for him. Thank God for him. Also, my mother's father, my mother's side, he was also in World War II in the army. I forget what he did, though, in the army. Maybe just I don't know, actually. I don't know much about these people. That's a sad thing. I wish I knew more. Yes, glad to know you too, kind sir, Osu Gamer. Yeah, needless to say, it was ridiculous. Charles is the most kind of chill banks. I try to be, although some people do try to get under my nerves, and I cannot actually be too kind to them. Remember Lana Del Rey was like to a reporter, I don't know, I think dead people are more interesting, and I'm kind of sad, so yeah, I wish I was dead. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, stop it. Lana Del Rey. Just stop talking.
Do you not remember when we
I don't.
traveled together centuries ago? We discussed this, and
Uh-oh. So, she's remembering something that I have not yet witnessed, which means I need to go back in time again to make that happen, and then come forward again so that we can finish this. What are you on about?
It seems I failed you both. A traveler came a lifetime ago. Told me about the Epoch, about timelines, and we made a plan. Are you not them?
At this point, I have no clue.
This is much more complicated than I thought.
Yes, Lana Del Rey is a very popular, edgy celebrity. She didn't start out too edgy, but just kind of suggestive in the pop jazz singing scene, which she was like the only one doing jazz singing in the 21st century for a while, and that sparked a lot of interest in her. A very low alto voice, beautiful singing. I actually like a lot of her songs from the early days, but yeah, she's nuts. The more I've heard about her, the more nuts she is. The less I care to listen to her music. Actually, a Wes Anderson movie where the girl was like to the orphan guy, I don't know, man, I wish I was an orphan. I think their lives are more interesting. Oh gosh. Yeah, I was like, I love you, but you have no freaking clue what you're on about. Yeah, what you're talking about. True dat.
Then, your story does not end here. Use the Epoch to escape, and I'll hold the Emperor back. And please, find me in the past. Tell me what happened here, including this. Prevent this from happening.
What about Ulrich?
Ulrich? He's dead.
What?
He never learned the truth about you, did he? Which is why I kept up the act. The Epoch. We both know the costs.
What do you mean?
Have I not made myself clear? It's too late. Please, trust me.
Interesting. The plot has actually taken a turn.
Julia.
And it's extremely timey-wimey. Like, extremely. So the Emperor just got frozen by Yulia, and we have to go back in time in order to get told by her what to do so that we can go forward in time and help her. Wes Anderson is great, though. I don't know much about Wes Anderson. Fuoco Fire, hello, though. Hello.
Oh, hi.
Sort of a great aesthetic, but I don't like the cussing in his movies and the unwanted schmexual content. Ah, yes. Fair. Neither do I. Don't like his Frenchness! Oh my gosh. Is that some racism we detect? Is that actually, what do you call it? Discrimination based on nationality? I detect in the chat? Hmm? I mean, his French philosophy. Oh, there we go. Much better. Need a bunch of movies and TV shows to download. Any recommendations? Going to Egypt in like 3 days, so I need stuff to watch at 3 a.m. in the hotel. Egypt? You're going to Egypt? What are you doing in Egypt? Hello. Solar Ascendiary. Ascendant. They're lizard people? Egyptian lizard people? Yep, that's what that looks like. People next door won't let you sleep? Oh. TV shows? I mean, I can recommend you a lot of anime. I don't know if Dune, the most recent Dune movie, is out, but I love that movie. Very artsy, and if you know the Dune universe, you will be guaranteed to enjoy it. I think, just about. Hello, everybody. Speaking of Egypt, we're being attacked by Egyptian nits. What are the odds? Don't go to Egypt, there are all kinds of lizard people after you, apparently. I guess I got too used to Margaret Thatcher being like, oh, those Germans. No, I don't think water from France, thank you, I'll have a scotch instead. yeah, that's a little much. That's oh my gosh. I mean, it's funny, but if you think about it more, it's pretty terrible. I mean, yeah, I will say people are a lot more thin-skinned these days. People can't take a joke. But if you actually despise someone based on their nationality, then you got another thing coming, man. That's not right. Osprix Vanguards. So yeah, these are the Osprix before they got mutated.
Meow.
Meow! Meow! Layla Game Zone, meow. Meow to you. Guess I got to... Oh, I read that. Yeah, I like anime, even though I watch like 3 a year. Yeah. Do you like intense anime? Thriller animes? Horror animes? Comedy animes? Romance animes? What would you prefer? I can recommend you over 200 different anime that I've seen, depending on your answer. Meow. Decline of her health at the end of her term was seen because she was taking sleeping pills with scotch. Oh, that's not good. That's a little scary. Those aren't supposed to be taken together. Definitely not. I know a lot of people who have, though, and somehow lived for way too long. Want to watch Your Lie in April, because I heard my favorite piece by Chopin is in it. That's true, the music is beautiful, that's the best thing about Your Lie in April, but it's about... it's about a girl who believes that her incredible, miraculous abilities with music come from Satan. Like, she prays to Belial and all different kinds of gods. Which is weird, and it's just kind of passed over, and I'm like, what the heck? Anyway, romance and drama, please. Oh, good. Okay. I don't know if you have seen Lovely Complex. That's an old one, a 90s. It's more of a rom-com, but it's one of my favorites. Lovely Complex. And it's called Lovely Complex because it's about two people. A girl who is too tall in high school, and a boy who is too short. And the girl falls in love with the boy doesn't know it. He's completely clueless, and she is just smitten with him. They get into a friendship, and complications ensue, and hilarities. They both have height complexes, so that's why it's called Lovely Complex. I love that show. It's so nice, but it's also so sad. at certain points, but it's very realistic in that they are tested in their relationship a lot. A lot. So there's that. It's pretty decent, I would say, in terms of content. Pretty decent. There's one character that's just like, what the heck is wrong with you? But I think that's every anime. To a degree. Where am I? What is this? Flame Gryphon? That's cool. Man, this game has so many enemy designs. It's amazing. Dude, Diablo 4 better have more enemy designs than this. Or I'm gonna riot. I'm just kidding. I'll never riot. My whole life, I'm pretty sure. You are a cat, after all. Are you? I didn't know that. Meow, I'm a cat. Morning Star of Suppression. Iron Plate of Insulation. That is what it sounds like. You get cold resistance. Elemental, Fire, Attunement, Mana, Armor, Fire. I mean, both of these are good. What I'm wearing and... Uh-oh. Yeah, we have a lot of them in our inventory. Wow. Anyway, there's another one called... Ah, snap. Let me look it up. There's another musical one. Anime, music, drama. Oh, man. Oh, man. There's so many good anime. If you still want romance, let me see, romance. Romance, drama. Romance? Oh, where is it? Starts with a C. Drat. Piano romance? There it is. Cantabile? What is it called? Oh, snap. Something Cantabile. Oh, schnoop. Ah, snap. Anime... Cantabile. Nodame Cantabile. Nodame Cantabile is, what I've heard, is a very good show. I have not actually watched it. SMH, get him to play Chopin. Man, don't you just love it when you press the key and it makes the beep-boop noises? Hey, what? Yeah, I do. I do that too. Chopin is something he should be playing indeed. Question is, can he? If a show makes you cry, you'll be happy. I think Lovely Complex will make you cry a little bit. Made me tear up. That's kind of funny, though. Isn't it? Only a human would say such things. I want to cry. I want... If I can cry, I'll be happy. What is wrong with you? What an alien might say, but I get it. Totally get it. You've seen... You have seen Clannad, have you not? You definitely have seen Clannad. Like, you have to have. Like, there's no way you haven't seen Clannad. At least you're not a robot. Amen. I'm glad you're not either, because then I'd have to ban you. Hello, Unrelenting Osprix Vanguard of Cinders. Man, those walls stink. I want to be able to see things. These designs are so cool. See, what I would like in this game is to be able to get your own pets based on the designs of the enemies. Like have an Osprix as a pet that can come around and fight for you. That'd be really neat. Any video game developers out there? I have some ideas. Haven't seen Clannad? You couldn't find it anywhere. Oh my gosh. Well, okay, so if you couldn't find it legally anywhere, I think that... Hello. That means there isn't any good way to find it legally. Which, you know what that means. put on an ad blocker and find it elsewhere. Because, man, if you want to cry and you want romance, that movie, I think, has the most of both, more than any other anime I've ever seen. Although, there is also another one I've seen called... Oh, man. What's it called? What romance anime have you seen? I should probably ask that. Crying doesn't make you weak. Make. Got a VPN now, so... Though, surely I can find it. Oh, good. Huzzah. I pray you're careful on the internet. But you're right, Layla Game Zone. Jesus wept. Strong men know how to cry. I must say, though, I have a lot of resistance to crying. The only thing I do cry from is anime. Like, at any extent. Like, I've been re-watching Attack on Titan while watching a reaction to it on the internet by GOT Games, an UK reaction channel. And he's so honest about his reactions, it's ridiculous, and he's so almost childlike in his reactions, but dude. Attack on Titan, man. That show makes me tear up like every other episode. Holy cow. It's so emotional. Clannad's ending was meh to you? I loved it. I loved it. It showed the power of prayer, which is weird. Why did you think it was meh? I don't want to spoil anything, but why did you think it was meh? I'm actually interested to hear your opinion, Layla Game Zone. I was prepared for a horrible ending, like a tragic, terrible, bad ending, and it wasn't. And I was like, oh, good. That makes me happy. I guess expectations do meter your experience. What is this thing? This looks more like a golden ox, or a... It does not look like a Gryphon. Whatever is a Gryphon, then. Actually, oh my goodness, Ice Elemental. Oh my word, we're getting old school. Old school RPG. Oh, we're fighting Ice Elementals who are fighting the Osprix. Why are Ice Elementals showing up now? This is fascinating. This game is fascinating. I love it. Also, these are antler people? What? Are they all druids? Yeah, all the druids in Diablo 4 were too weak to survive. Either way, Charles must take a bathroom break. I'll be right back after these quick messages. Don't go away, for the adventure continues right after this. Back into the game. I wasn't really doing much. I was just looking at a couple of boots. I got rid of a mace. I'm thinking of forging these boots. These little booties. Clear. Clear. Remember there was this really soft rock band your aunt loved to diss on? It's funny. Butt rock? That's what I've heard it called. I don't know if it's I said, but you can make a rebuke. Make rebuke a pretty good way to replenish mana with the skill points. I already have gotten into that a little bit, Mojo Master. It's very nice. I like it a lot. Agree, Clannad was better. I'll geek out with you. Yay, Layla Game Zone! I might indeed invite you on one of these days. Perhaps. Perhaps. You could do it, but you don't like anime. Yeah. There's the rub. There lies the rub. Okay, it's kind of funny, really. Alright, what I would like to do we have one of those things that changes... Different one, yeah, we want this. So, let's upgrade this one. Reroll. Vitality is fine. What do we have? Attunement, strength, health regeneration, health regen per second. I think we need to do it again. We could increase movement speed already. Let's not use that. Let's use that. Boom it. Oh, that's all the way upgraded. Okay. health regen per second is needed. Do we have any? We do! Oh, glory! Oh, that's just flat. We need percentage. Yes. Boom. Oh no, we can't increase that? Ah, snap. Oh well. That has more than the other boots we had. I mean, these are fine. Upgrade. What can we upgrade at this point? Nothing. Oh. Well then. Guess I'll take it. The strength and attunement, though. Well, we get more armor and speed out of it anyway. I appreciate that. And it looks better. We finally have matching pants, and we are moving like a wild man. Look at this speed. That's so silly looking. Oh my gosh. Boss hype, I guess. Boom. That was fast. I'm so fast. This unique I have is really nice. Mr. B has interesting news. Ah, truly. Oh my gosh, I almost died. What almost killed me? Increased damage. It's just that boss at it. What do we get? A rare hollow finger ring, chill on hit, melee necrotic damage, cold resistance, maximum skeleton. It's all about the minions! What's up with this? Charles Rage! Oh well. What is the news, Mr. B? Also, Osugamer's watching Oshi no Ko right now. The premise of the... I haven't watched it. It's extremely popular. The premise seems so flippin' weird, I'm very hesitant to go anywhere near that show. First episode was good, but the show didn't go in the direction I wanted to see it go. Oh, really? Yeah, people are extremely hyped for Oshi no Ko. I don't know why. I don't Oshi no Ko why. That's horrible, Charles. I'm sorry. Conduit's Eber Tusk of Static. It's a mace. It's actually higher speed. No way. Increased stun chance, lightning damage, shock on hit. Doesn't have 3 to vengeance. We would need 37% chance, more chance, to do damage with this than the other one. It can't be faster. If we forge it, maybe we can make it faster. Melee attack speed. We could try. %. We need it to be 37 or better, or not at all. %. That's not enough. Starts off faster, though. You know it is winter when the bedroom gets cold and your feet freeze in the blanket. Oh my gosh. May need socks. Yes, please get socks for yourself. Please. Oh, we can't upgrade that anymore? I guess that's all. Melee attack speed we can get out of it. Snap. Lightning damage up? Ooh. What does this have again? Increased leech, too. No, that doesn't have leech at all. What am I talking about? Chance to shock? It's always good. No forging potential. This could be better than what we have. Let's see. A for effort. Doesn't help I have 2 fans on in the AC unit. Do that because you're used to summer heat. That makes sense, Pity Drain on. Yeah, turn those off. Get yourself nice and cozy. Yeah, 3 skill points removed from Vengeance. That doesn't feel good. Let's find out, though. Do we have better stuff? Okay, what do these do? Ignite, Shred Armor, Fire Damage, Lightning Damage taken as physical, Chance to Shock, and Elemental Resistances. When we open up this whole idle slot, then we will be able to do something. Appearance! Is that something that isn't in the game yet? Probably not. Probably not. Woo! Yeah, I don't think we're doing any worse. I don't think we're doing any better, but we're not doing any worse. Which is crazy, because that thing was a unique. Seems like we're taking more damage. I don't know how that works. 5 to all attributes as well. It was so fast. It's funny. 62% chance. Whoa. Okay. Man, what do I choose? Oh, that's two-handed. Never mind. Two-handed. Sentinel body armor. We finally have actual Sentinel body armor. Alrighty, I'm off to family dinner. God bless you. God bless you, Layla Game Zone. Thanks for watching, and remember, the good Lord loves you. And so do I. Have a good family dinner, my friend. I hope to see you again next time, whether in your chat, whether in your stream, or mine. Freeze Jella, you. No, you. Amen. God bless you. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for chatting. I look forward to more anime arguments. Anime chats with you in future. Yes. News article was posted online like 3 days ago. The former pastor of your old church was sent to prison for stealing from the church. He was stealing for like 5 years or so. No way! Oh my gosh, Mr. B. Oh, wow. Well, you got out of there. So good for you. That is very sad, yeah. Yeah, Mr. B had a very bad experience in that church. In general. So, in a way that kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Strange. But, yeah, I feel like that makes sense. If you're not... If this is the funny thing. People tend to be hyper-judgmental when they themselves have major issues. The most judgmental people are those that have big issues in their lives. I don't know why. It's like this weird thing. That's not always the case, but in my experience it has been. Okay, they're doing a lot of damage. Oh my. I need to get out of that. You can explode a lot. Ow. Yikes. Yeah, I feel like the other, the other weapon was doing better for me now. It doesn't look very good either. But that's a lot of lightning damage, that's a lot of speed, a lot of shock, a lot of stun chance. It's good. It's not bad. Anyway. Another plus I noticed in this game is that you can search with text most things. Inventory items, specific skill, passives, really helpful. Yeah, in the guide section. Charles, I wrote today on my Patreon blog for the first time in a month. Oh, good for you. What did you write about? Appearance, you. Get in the keybind U. It doesn't do anything. Makes you glad you left the church? Yeah. Makes the church itself look bad. Yeah, it does. Well, you know, a pastor generally does give the culture for what the church is like and about. Although people in the church can have differing opinions and differing things, so... And, you know, the broader a church, is disconnected from it, it's true. Adam for Christ is raiding with a party of one. Welcome in, raider. Adam for Christ. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome in. Huzzah. Pleasure to have you with us. Yes, I'm playing offline. So hold on, Freeze Jeller. Hold on. Can you only get appearances in online mode? Hold on. Does this mean that the only way to change appearances is going to be through cosmetics that you buy through microtransactions? Is that how this works? Only in online. So no transmog in the game, just cosmetics. Maybe later? I hope so. I hope so. If they're keeping transmog outside of this game just for the sake of making money on the microtransactions, Charles is not happy. I'm not happy, Bob. Not happy. Anyway, back to the game. Yeah, pastors do seem to be under a lot of unique temptations and pressure from leading. It's very true. It's very true. It's just because the church was never meant to get above a certain threshold of people. And churches and pastors try to get more and more people involved. First off, just for the sake of evangelism. Like, right? It's like, bring as many people to church as possible, we can evangelize them, we can have them pay tithes to keep the church running. But once you reach a certain threshold, a pastor cannot deal with that many people. With over, like, 100 people. And you should have deacons and elders in the church who can be pastors on a lower level for all of the other people, and once the church does get big enough, and all the deacons are already filled, their places, then it's time for the church to split. And once the church grows too much, you should have another church, and keep it going in different directions, instead of just having a church that's like hundreds and thousands of people. Because then it's like, how are you getting benefited? You're just hearing a sermon, and that's it, right? No direct contact with the pastor, no actual help in your life. The church can't really help you on a one-by-one basis if it has thousands and thousands of members. And the church is based on the apostolic, it should be anyway, based on the apostolic tradition of having the 12, the 12 apostles, the 12 disciples, and then having house churches. And guess what? You can't have too many people inside of a person's house. So, anyway, just saying. Just saying. There are things in the Western Church that make it so that pastors end up getting more tempted than they could otherwise be if they just followed the actual template that the Bible itself lays out for church growth. It's simple. Church growth equals church success is the common belief, but I don't think that's true. It isn't. It isn't. Well, first of all, you have to determine what church success is, don't you, Fire? And, number of people has not much to do with that. Like, I think the original church had big influxes of people, especially when Paul taught. It's like, or Peter. What, like 3,000, 5,000 came into the church at came to Christ in one day, but not all of those 3,000 went to Paul's church. Not all of those 3,000 went to Peter's church. They all went to different churches, they all went to different house churches of the deacons and the elders that were chosen by the apostles, who had their own churches and then became their own pastors and had their own sections and, So, it makes sense when you look at it just from a biblical point of view that the modern church framework does not work very well. I have a friend who goes to a Mormon church. He gave a sermon there once. Oh, really? Gave a sermon at the Mormon church? Is he a pastor or elder there? Alright. Anyway. Let's see. So we have Holy Aura. Aura. Flame Burst. Yeah, I want Flame Burst. More flames. Expedite. Holy Aura grants you and your allies increased throwing attack speed for a chance to gain haste for 1 second on hit. That would be a good hammer paladin build. What is exciting is even if a lot of the paladin build might be the same, just having one extra ability that I'm not using in this one means there is definitely replay value. I, like, don't take cold damage with that. I take damage with that, with whatever that is. Good gems in there. I need more health potions. I'm dying a lot, aren't I? Well, not dying a lot, but getting my health taken away. By the way, saw those headlines today. Translation goes as follows. Woman overcome depression due to father's COVID-19 death and becomes a mermaid. Mermaidism is a way of life. Oh no. I would laugh more if that weren't so sad. What the heck, man? Started turning into a mermaid and fighting for the environment after dreaming with a blue mermaid once. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh Lord help her. Oh. See, that's, you know, they're trying to turn it positive, but what actually happened is she went insane due to her father's COVID death. Oh, that is sad. Ugh. My desk is definitely not in the right position. But that's changing as I do things. Okay. Alright. Every 3 seconds, the next spell you cast has increased healing effectiveness. Oh. That's if I have a healing spell. What was I getting hit with? What am I... I have 75 physical, 67 fire, 67 necrotic. So what are they doing? Cold and lightning, maybe? Even so, I still have pretty good resistances. Block chance is still only 33%. What's up with that? We should get something that increases our block chance. Methinks. Reminds me of the girl in Sweden that thought she was a cat. Yeah, the journalist should be helping this poor soul, not celebrating her mermaid powers. What does that even mean? What does it even mean? You're an adult. You shouldn't be encouraging people to act like children. Oy vey. I'm kind of lost with the power of vengeance. Like, vengeance doesn't seem that great as an attack. Just saying. I mean, more attack speed would be nice. We just need to get there. So, I guess we'll go there. Is Iron Blade that good? I don't even know. What happens when children are raised into Barbie Fairytopia I can be anything? Maybe. Maybe. I hesitate to say that that's the only reason that happens, but... Because, like... Well, I guess it's when parents are like, you can be anything you want to be, you can be a mermaid. Then yeah, if you're raised that way, you're definitely going to live that way as an adult. Here's the thing that I've noticed. If you treat children like adults, they will act like adults. If you treat them like children, they will act like children. Simple yet profound. Should be, you know. And of course that's over a long period of time. They learn the behavior. But still. There's a right way and a wrong way to deal with children. Baby Fairytopia and the Diamond Castle. There's a Sentinel passive that gives a ton of attack speed, but then you need to use swords or axe. Snap. Well, too bad. Too bad. My attack speed is okay right now. I mean, it's actually pretty nice compared to what you start with. And I will say, your speed in attacking at the beginning of the game does not feel slow. Like, this is not a super slow game. Which is kind of surprising. I'm happy about that. Yeah, I haven't had any issues with mana for a long, long time, have I? Yeah. Had a woke friend once that's woke. Does anyone actually say that they themselves are woke? Or is that just something that normal people call other people that we see as abnormal? Celebrated the release of a Barbie that was fighting fat phobia, and I was like, okay, bye. Oh no. We'll make our Barbies fat. That'll be a good precedent for our children. You can be whatever you want to be. I want to eat more! Freeze rate multiply. We don't need that. That's a good thing, though. Level 1. Okay, Vital Noble Plate of Regrowth. Let's look at this. Lightning Resistance, increased mana, that's not good. Vitality, that's fine. Increased health regeneration, that's good. So what were we lacking again? Lightning resist, poison resist. We could have 20% more of literally everything but physical and fire, and we'd be good. So, oh boy. If I just put elemental resistance on this thing, that will be helpful. It also has 8 attunement. What is 6% of my current mana? What is my current mana? 144. Six goes into 144. How many times? 6% of 100 is 6. 6% of 144 is what? Probably not as much as 9. Or 19. But we can upgrade it. We have 24. I need to use this, man. It just... does it look cool? Does it actually look cool? Yes, it does, but the bracers I'm wearing look awful. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wow, we are a hunk. So. Health regen is good. Friend told you that Wall-E actually has a very conservative message in it, which I disagree. I think they were trying to sell the environmental agenda way more. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. It's a fun show. I love the movie, actually, but it definitely does have an environmental bent to it. What the heck? Just put attunement on it. Whatever for? Doesn't attunement just give you mana? Hold on. Two mana. Friendship with the Civ 5 guy went south pretty fast. Oh no! Why was that? Pushing too hard for it? Oh, he was way more into it than even you were. That is very unusual. Like, okay, this is getting boring. Well, now you... if that's the only basis for the friendship, that is a pretty pretty shallow friendship. Gotta be honest. So yeah, I don't need more mana. There's no reason to have mana. Extra mana, as far as I know. Charles, don't you dare say, now you know how others feel. I was about to, but I held my peace. I am not like that. Okay. Noted. Only physical resistance? Oh, there it is. There is elemental. Elemental gives you what? No? What is elemental resistance? What? Cold, fire, and lightning. Thank you. Only those three. Cold and lightning and fire. That's good. Yeah, I think that would be good. Or... so mana just goes up by itself. 6%. I always like health regen. I think elemental is the best bet. Lightning, stun avoidance, armor, dodge rating, health and fizz. Okay, we have 20 poison resist? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Actually, we don't have much poison resist. But, at least gives us 2 resistances, so that's better than 1. Perhaps. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. 7? Oh dear. This is what we have on. Yeah, that's not a great thing, is it? I mean, 49 armor is good, but we have 180 armor with 12 lightning resist. Maybe I should go vitality. Okay. Elemental resist up once. Oh, it worked. That gives us 10%. Oh, we haven't put it on, so I need to look at what it does to us. 66, 67, 61, 66, 69. Alright, so we can definitely... I don't know why I get so stressed about this. The limited forging potential makes every time you forge so stressful. At least for me, anyway. I don't want to waste anything. Don't want to brick anything, either. One more. 74%, 70, 66. Cold has not increased. Has it? I have not noticed the cold increased. Alright, vitality. There it is. It's done. It's done! We now have higher resistances as well as health regen. I think that will definitely help. Of frost? Wait, there's another one? Vengeance? Uh-oh. Well, there's another one we have a choice to use instead. So, okay, if we use this one, then we have to use the Renegade's Will hammer. That's funny. dude. We can double up on that. And we can still forge it? Hold up. Necrotic resistance, cold resistance. I mean, we don't really need more. The only problem is, like, this is a mega necro defensive thing. You know what? Cold resistance it is. It's fine. That worked well. Either way, it looks good. Less health regen, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. We have like 2 builds. Hello. Scorched Grove. A centaur, but it's like a centaur with the head of a deer? 12 BE, the Scorched Grove, Divine Era. Oh, it's a boss hype. Boss hype. Oh, it's Heorot. Hello, Heorot. Are you my friend? Well, you are very powerful against these creatures.
Submit. You are no longer worthy.
Be gone from this land.
My flames will scour this place.
I'm just standing looking in a different direction.
Then perish.
Oh, yeah. Snap. That's unfortunate. Heorot! No! Thank you for that unravel. That was perfectly timed, Grimraw. That fragment you have, you do not know what you've seen. I do not know what you've seen. But please do not let Rhea destroy my people. Heorot? Yes, I am him. Grammar. Heorot, no! I am he, it should be. Man. The lance. My lance is the only weapon that can harm Rhea. Yulia, I can sense her. She is coming soon. She and Grael, my champion, will help you. Yulia? Really? Yes. Do you know her? In a sense. Go to her. We do not have much time. We must retrieve the lance. I'll go at once.
Go north. Retrieve the lance.
Hello.
It's too late. Raya must be stopped.
Raya, that's, yeah. This is Yulia, before she got all corrupted.
Put your weapons down! Heorot, my lord. Who is this? I can't hear you. And who are you?
Heorot told to find you. To find the lance. Just now, actually. Just a few steps ago.
Did he now?
Yes.
Fine. Yes, I am Yulia, chieftain of the Heoborian tribe.
Heroboria, like Heorot?
One and the same. Here, come. We have much to discuss.
You should know, Heorot seems injured.
I sensed as much when he failed to answer back. Heorot will die once he lets go of this world. If he tasked you to find the lance, then it seems our situation is grave.
It's grave.
Here, come. We have much to discuss.
Lead the way. The God of the North, Master of the Tundra Wanderers. Okay. Tundra Wanderer. I'm a Tundra Wanderer. I like to wander in the tundra. Yeah. I can sell this. That would be fine.
Yes.
You again! So you survived Rhea's attack on the Traveler's camp as well. Are you ready to fight back? You'll need some gear, and I might have something that can get the job done. You again! It has been too long. What do you say? We have our payback. Payback. You need some gear? Oh, sure. Ooh, plated gauntlets of remedy. Oh. Lightning resistance, poison resistance, 75 armor, and 6 endurance. Oh man. Less speed, less leech. Oh, melee damage, endurance. I like the look of it though. I like the look of it. Okay, let's get rid of this. Ooh. Vital Winged Helm of Frost. Or just Vital Winged Helm. Increase movement speed. 13 forge potential, though. Why do all the blues have less forge potential than most rares? What's up with that? I really want these. They'll be bad. They just will be. Okay. Fire resistance, attunement shards, armor shard. Yes. Block effectiveness, health, void resistance. Yes. No more leather. Get those out of here. I have a lot of good weapons now to choose from. It's an issue. Can I sell this? Yeah, I'll want to have self-found everything if I ever play as a necromancer. That's really how I roll. This thing is amazing, though. Four mana gained when you use Vengeance and hit at least one enemy. That could be very, very good, especially with Whirlwind. But you have to use Vengeance, so it's not. That is not that good. 78% increased damage over time. That's nuts. But I'm not gonna use that. I don't like bleed in this. I don't like bleed in any game outside of Bloodborne or Souls games. Because it's just an immediate damage explosion. That thing's amazing. 17 forge potential, though. I don't like blues. Get rid of that. Okay, it's fine. I got the blues. This is a nice place. I feel like the camera is more on top of us rather than
We don't have much time.
from the side.
We need the Lance of Heal. The Lance is cursed from misfortune. It lies deep in far wood, hidden away. We will have to speak to nomads, which is unfortunate. We do not have a strong alliance.
You trust me to talk to them?
Perhaps. I sense a familiarity between you and Herot whenever we speak. He trusts you for some reason.
I can't see why. This is the first time I've noticed him.
It is not my place to question. Though I will not lie and claim I have no reservations. You are not one of us.
Guess you'll have to find out.
Then pray my reservations are unfounded. You will speak to the nomads. With their help, we will reach Farwood soon.
What happens after we gain their aid?
They will reveal the path to Herot's temple.
I will head west to speak with the nomads. Gold and experience. 4 directions to go. We're in the snow segment. Man, this game... What the heck? This fence was useless. They wanted us to be cut off from going this direction, but the actual fence is not actually there. That's hilarious. But yeah, they constantly switch up the tile sets, which really means you don't get used to any tile set, or you don't get bored of any tile set either. It's great. Is this the way to Hail Rot? Hey yo, Rot! Skins. Wow, those are high-res skins. Dang! More high-res than this person sitting here. Oh, the fence is actually further away than the invisible wall. It's like the opposite of the previous fence problem. Hello. Nice buns. I mean, on your head. Don't take that the wrong way. There's a lot of village to explore. I'm surprised. I'm impressed. There's just nothing to do in the village. Do you have access to sigils yet? I do not know, Savvy the Warlock. Welcome in, Savvy, though. Good to see you. Hope you're having a fabulous Frabjous Friday, or Saturday, whatever time it is for you there. Highly recommend them. It's the Sentinel's best skill. Sigils. Oops. Skills, though. Sigils of Hope. I have access to it, I just haven't used it. I like active attack more than passive healing. I mean, I like healing. I like being able to heal. I'm a paladin after all. But I do hesitate to take on a passive skill. It gives you a lot more damage. Wait. Summons a sigil that orbits you and causes you and your allies' attacks and spells to deal 3 additional fire damage and increasing health regeneration by 30%. You can have up to 3 sigils at a time. Sigils expire after 15 seconds. That sounds like just 9 damage. Now your biggest DPS increase? What? 9 damage is your biggest DPS increase? Huh? Huh, what? Oh, my previous points got placed elsewhere. I see. Oh, no, they didn't. They got refunded to me. What? They didn't get refunded to me. They're still there. Bizarre. Skill tree is crazy for them. You can spend a point to have 4 sigils up. Okay, so 12. 12 straight damage up. Deal global increased damage while preparing to riposte. Global increased damage, that's a lot. Can do that at level 50. Oh, good. That's cool. Get the sigils at level 50. I must say, while I appreciate your help, telling streamer what to do is not okay. It just does not feel good to be told what to do. So we got one of those. I'll get 2 of these. Yeah. I will play the way I will. In fact, the more I get told what to do, the more I would rather do something else.
Yes?
Games are for fun, not for min-maxing. That's how I feel. Unless min-maxing is fun for you, in which case you can do that. Oh, we just got a basic, normal RPG quest? That's funny. I'll say for anyone in the tribe to go and gather ingredients, but you seem accustomed to the wilds. Do you think you can help us make a cure? See what I can do.
Farewell.
We're just gonna make a cure. Let's go! Gather quest! Yay! Yep, we're just gonna go fetch something. Fetch quest for the win! Black wolves. Tundra stalkers? Why did you not get killed? Conflagration. We'll take it and take the attack speed gem out of it. These guys have a lot more health. How old is this game? It is not released yet. It is in early access, but I actually don't know how long it's been in early access or how long it's been made. So, yeah, quite new. Yes, one of those. I'm pretty sure it's over a year old in terms of access on Steam. That feels good. More spiders, no! Oh. Yeah, those cultists from Diablo in general. Goat-headed cultists. Conduit's copper chalice of remedy. Oh. What the heck are you, Eber? Eber? Are you a Triceratops? Kinda. What the heck? It's still moving and schmoving. It's a Triceratops with 4 eyes. Oh my gosh! They ride them! Oh my word, that's lovely. I want to give you some advice since I've been playing since this Kickstarter finished. Do not feel pressured to listen to me though. I appreciate that. Savvy the Warlock. Story's not completely finished yet. Oh really? Yeah, I was wondering. Is there like an end to the campaign? Story's also not the focus of the game. Oh. Yeah, usually with these games I just play the campaign until that finishes, and then if I like the game, I'll play it with a different class again, and play through all the different classes, at least the ones I like. And then I'll probably keep doing that. Just repeat ad nauseum the campaign. Generally, I'm not a big fan of quote-unquote end-game content, which is just redoing arena battles, usually, over and over and over again. I'm a very casual player of all the games I stream. Woohoo! Strength, health, regen per second. Those are the same ones as I had before. But we don't have those anymore, so might as well take it. If the campaign has an end, then I was going to say it should be officially released. Right. So I do wonder then, how much do I have of the campaign before the story is finished? Or how much is there left of what exists of the story at this point? Am I close to the end? Like in terms of how many new zones will there be? I think that's the easiest way to think of it. Or maybe bosses, that would work too. They'd rather get the game right before release. That's how they should do. Man, this is taking a while. He had more health, though. That's why. Well, we've made it to the northernmost teleporter. Woo! That fire is so nice. Oh man, that feels so good. Bonk. You adore 11th Hour Games' approach to developing this game. Yeah, it seems it's a very high quality piece of software. Like, lots of new game developers could learn from this. Although they also could learn how not to have a cosmetics shop. I like any game could learn not to do that. I'm not a fan of that. Yeah, game design can go on forever. I appreciate being able to play a beta or an early access, but yeah, I don't know. I'm on the fence. Like, paying for early access means you will have access to the full game when it comes out. But if they're getting paid to keep developing the game, then there's no reason to ever release it, you know? Like, as a full game, quote-unquote. They can just keep developing it almost as if it's a live service game. So I am kind of hesitant as well. I did hear that this was also didn't have cosmetics to purchase with real money. And that was one thing that I thought was really good. And it was a one-time fee and you get the whole game type of deal. So, I'm not sure I trust them if they already have cosmetic shop in mind. Endgame is actually really interesting and has some story to it, so I recommend doing the early version of this endgame system if you want some interesting lore tidbits after the campaign. Yes. I will take a look at it for sure. I'll try it out. Give it a good old college try. I'm just more a fan of discovering new zones, fighting new enemies. Level up! 47! Huzzah! Oh my goodness. Whirlwind for the whirlwind! Huzzah! I didn't run out of mana once in that. Wow, 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 wow! Schmeh. Cosmetic stores seem like a given these days, which is awful. They should never have been. They should never exist. Outside of free-to-play games. But if I say that, I feel like free-to-play games just, like... there are good ways to monetize free-to-play games and there are bad ways. The best way to do it is to have cheap cosmetic items that you can always buy. They never sundown them. And you keep releasing new ones, like Fortnite, honestly. Even though Fortnite, I don't like the look of it, I don't like the aesthetics, I don't like the gameplay, it's not the game for me. Its monetization is actually not that bad. Although there is a battle pass now, though, so I don't know about that anymore. But I would rather have cosmetics in a free-to-play game, and that's the way they make money, than to have cosmetics in a game you have to pay for anyway on the front end. It's kind of awful. I mean, I know they want to make money, but if they really wanted to make a quality game, then they should have charged $60 on the front end and skipped the microtransactions. I would have paid it. I would pay $60. Heck, $70 if it's guaranteed to have at least 70 hours of gameplay. Which this is getting close to. Already. For me, anyway. I'm not speedrunning by any means. Passives. Mm-hmm. EHD started as a guy asking on Reddit if anybody wanted to develop a game with him, and now there's 50 plus people working on this game. 50 plus, that's great. The way I play the game, it has thousands of hours, but I love the grind. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. If you really love a game, then grind is not an issue. Every game has grind, if you're willing to get into it. You want all the end game, yeah. A lot, like, it's... I've never been a fan of endgame in any game that had it. I don't see the appeal personally. But, like, for me, I like playing through a campaign that has levels and sequential progression that is very obvious. Going through a world, you know, exploring a world is great. And once you finish it, if the gameplay was really good, I'll want to replay just for the sake of the gameplay that same thing over again. I don't want something else that is just the same gameplay, but same enemies in a different context, if that makes sense. Because then I can challenge myself with little challenges. It's the way I play Dark Souls, really. I'm a Dark Souls fanatic. I replay the same games over and over. And I'm not someone who asks for, you know, like, boss rushes, either. Do any of these help with, Sigils of Hope? Righteous Firebrand, you deal additional fire damage with melee attacks if you have cast a spell recently. I have, like, 2 spells. Also have this issue of min-maxing the fun out of games, so ARPGs have always been a safe haven for me because they are designed with min-maxing in mind. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. I see. You and I play the opposite parts of the game at hand. Off Villager redeemed postcard! Let's go, Off Villager! Congratulations! You have gotten enough points, spent enough points to redeem a postcard from yours truly, signed and sealed and delivered. So, all you have to do is send your name and address into a private message, either on Whispers on Twitch or in private messages on Discord. So please do so, and I will get that postcard to you post-haste. Post-haste. Spell damage. Reduced chance to cast on hit does not sound good. Doesn't sound good. But additional divine bolts each time. It's probably good, right? Heals allies, but that doesn't heal me. Cause to bleed.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
Meow. Catherine Naomi, greetings and salutations, friend. Oh yes, sorry about that. The funny thing about Twitch Whispers is you either block everybody or nobody. As far as I've seen. And unblocking individual people is a little difficult, so Discord is the way to go, isn't it? But yes, welcome, Catherine Naomi, my good mod and top-hatted Federalist. How do you do? Are you indeed, planning to do the anime podcast this evening? Is that going on? Happy Friday, Tarduck.
Oh, hi.
How do you do, Tarduck? Target? Tarcud? Sorry. Me, you, Dom, and Jeremy. Alrighty then. Let's go. That'll be the first big anime amateur hour we've ever done, eh? Huzzah. I look forward to it. And when will that be taking place, Catherine Naomi? Just to let all the people know in the channel. Oh. Yeah, I don't see a whole lot that helps with Sigils of Hope here. I don't see anything really. Judgment? Have you tried Wolcen, Lords of Mayhem? I have not, Freezejeller. What exactly is Wolcen, Lords of Mayhem? Is it another ARPG? Little less than an hour, okay. Alright, upon the hour then, Catherine Naomi, I will be there. Yes, I'll be having a podcast, anime podcast, with Catherine Naomi, Dom Voyage, and the Jeremy, Laka Alpaca. Look forward to it. ARPG? Is it good? Is good? I'm trying to not spend any money until Diablo 4 comes out, so I can play that. Maybe not when it comes out, but close to when it comes out. Also, a shout-out was given to Chats with Cat. Thank you very much for doing that. That is, please follow Chats with Cat. That is where I will be tonight. If you would like to see more of me, or hear more of me, and hear us talk about anime. Critical strike avoidance. I don't know what to get out of this thing. Like, there's very little I'm actually interested in getting. Which is odd. This is not exactly how I would expect a paladin to function. But I appreciate it, that you can do it this way. I mean, I like armor, but is that really all I'm getting for now? I think you have to accept the friend request in Discord for it to go through, not sure. Is that true? I thought you could just send messages even if you weren't, but... Yeah, I got it already, but I will accept your friend request. Either way. Yeah, it goes through either way. Huzzah! I will get that to you post-haste, my good man, off-villager. Blessings. Blessings. I have 2 postcards to send. One to Chill Will, and one to off-villager. I need to remember to do that. Gotta go make supper then, so I shall be back. Fare thee well, Catherine Naomi. Till next time. Hope to see you again soon, but if not, I'll see you in your channel. Chats with Cat. Wish there were more cyberpunk-themed games coming out. I mean, there are. Marathon is a... well, it's more of a clean cyberpunk feel, but that... we don't know exactly when that's coming out. Probably next year. What else? There are a couple of 2D cyberpunk games. Yeah, Marathon looks interesting. I hope and pray that it is very similar to the original aesthetic choices that the original Marathon 97 game, or 96, whenever it came out, looks like. Because that was... I've never seen a game with that exact aesthetic before or after, or since. Ever. Like, it's just aliens and extremely colorful and like cyberpunk, but also more biological. Like, not necessarily a ton of mechanical changes, but just a lot of biological changes. It's very interesting. That was a new series by Bungie? No. Bungie did Marathon in the 90s. That was their first first-person shooter. It was a Mac game first, and then it came over to PC later. And it was pretty good. It was a competitor with Doom, the first Doom, and it looks a lot like Doom too. It just has a free PC, like, mouse cam. Free mouse look. Which is different from Doom, the original Doom, where you couldn't look with your mouse. And, yeah, it has this cyberpunk alien feel, which is something, again, I've never really noticed. I hope they don't make it just look like Destiny, which it kind of does already. But, it needs to be grimy and gross, and, like, everything covered in like, the green puke of aliens. Radioactive green. Everything radioactive green. But we'll see. I'm excited for it. I don't really know what to expect, but I am excited. Yeah, we're just gonna go melee strike chance. Why not? Melee ignite chance, I should say. If I have to think too much about my build, I get stressed out and tired of it and quit in any game. So I need to get on this. I should probably myself get off stream and give myself some time to eat before the podcast. So probably upon the half hour we shall end stream, and I'll be back, but only on Chats with Cat. Whoa, what is killing me? Oh, it's that. Yeah, whenever enemies have channeling abilities, it's always super OP. Like, we have 75... We have 110% cold resistance right now. What is giving us that? Holy cow. Is it the chest piece we've got off of the floor? Yeah, wait. No, this isn't it. What's giving us that? Poison, necrotic. There's a little bit of cold. %59% cold resistance. There it is. That's the one we actually made ourselves. Wonder if the Cyberpunk 2077 DLC will be good. Well, I mean, considering, well, from my opinion, considering that Cyberpunk wasn't very good to begin with, I wouldn't expect it to be great, based on that foundation, but I know they'll do their best. Of course, I don't think Cyberpunk really ever appealed to me very much to begin with. But if you actually enjoy Cyberpunk 2077, I bet you'll enjoy the DLC. I don't think there's any way you wouldn't. Unless it too is a broken, bloody mess, which would be really, really ridiculous, unbelievable, as well as incredibly funny. Like, that would break the internet for a while. I am so fast. Oh yeah, the haste shrine, that's right. Whee! Man. Okay. Boom. Oh, that's so fun to do. Oh, teleporter. Good. Unlocked. Huzzah. Yeah, our cold resistance is maxed out. I honestly don't know why they don't allow you to totally max out on resistances, like 100%, not take any damage from a certain element. Just have all enemies do a certain amount of physical damage. Of course, then you wouldn't, you know, if you could potentially max out anything, that then you should potentially be able to max out everything, so you could then have an infinite. Yeah, I get it. Okay. Rebuke. Let's go. So what is this? Heal yourself and nearby allies each second. Scales with your attunement. The healing from the redemption node increases each second. Redemption node? Redemption node? Oh. Oh, I see. Increased health regeneration while channeling rebuke. Yes, 150 right there. Increased armor while channeling rebuke. Take less elemental damage while channeling rebuke. Lingering ailments. Ignite, armor, shred, and spreading flames applied to enemies while channeling rebuke last longer. I don't think I've ever had an issue with that. Spreading flames, chants. Yeah, these all seem quite... I don't know. Meh. Absorb more damage. %, ignite chance. Reduce nearby enemy armor each second while channeling rebuke? Well, that's crazy. If we increase this, then that will be great. I don't know. Bide seems like a good idea. I got it. I got it. 200 staff. No. Both of our quests are down here. Let's see how long this goes for. Well, the guy's already dead. Well, that didn't actually kill them. Oops. Destruction. Lovely. I'm definitely intended to hold down Rebuke for longer. I just kind of use it as a bomb. Which is not intended. Where did you all come from? I don't like having to stand still, though. I honestly think I probably should have gone the Forged route. Forged Guardian. Because I prefer being tanky, I guess, to constantly healing. Having active heal abilities. Like, having one ability that heals is fine. But being an offensive paladin kind of my fantasy idea. Abilities that give attack should also give healing. That's what I'm going for. Sheesh. I love this biome. Very pretty. Very nice. The temptation with most fantasy games is to go all in on the dark fantasy elements and to never let up on it. And don't get me wrong, this game is definitely dark fantasy, but only one era of the map is like super dark. And all the rest are like shiny and new and cool, and there's a little bit of mix here and there, but your melee hits supply an additional stack of Fire Inquisition, and if you are the one to get the final hit to unleash Flame Burst on the enemy, it deals more damage. Deals damage in an increased area. 25% per point. Flame Burst, Fire Inquisition, so you get 10 of those, and that, yeah, okay. Wow, that's a lot of percentage. That's kind of amazing. Penetrate enemy fire resistance sounds good. Additional spell damage. Burning Trail. Arsenal is flame, melee fire damage to ignited, 15% per point. Fire penetration with ignite, 15% per point. Larger area. Giant splitter. It's insane. This tree is nuts. I love this one. Yeah, giant splitter for now, I think. Easy peasy. Increase the percentage damage done. Damage. I'm getting hit quite a bit. Oh, it feels so good. Oh, oh. Increased stun chance. Yeah, that's lethargy. So we got one of these things. The Nomad Camp. Shrine of the Ice Beetle. Oh, also Ghost Runner 2 is a cyberpunk style game. It's a ninja game, but it's also cyberpunk. What the heck? That's a big guy. Raid leader. I keep thinking that my own little ice beetle is an enemy. Oh, you're not dead. Thank Heorotu came. Those Wengal tried to obliterate us. Wengari. That's what it is. They're still trying, my friend.
I cannot.
Some of these guys have really good resist. Okay.
Gods.
What guided you to us, Yulia? Ugh. I see, there's only one reason for that. I saw flames of war in the sky. To enter the temple, you must have the blessed horn. Those dang Wengari stole it during their raid. Unfortunately, their fortress lies just west of here.
Terra watch over you.
What do you say? Terrier. Well, that just disappeared. No animation. Okay. Not getting many rares in this biome. Not that it matters, we have pretty good stuff anyway. Probably don't need to be improved on. Alright. That is where I need to end the stream, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. I'm sorry to say it. We've had a good run today. We've made quite a bit of quite a bit of progress. We defeated 3 bosses, one of which were a main story boss, and 2 others that were mini-bosses. And we've gone across 3, count 'em, 3 different zones. That's a lot of zones in one sitting. At least it feels that way. This game gets you through a lot of zones very quickly, though. Poggers for progress! Woo! Golden Guy has returned! Welcome back, Golden Guy. As always, you are just in time for the end. Sorry to say it, but I must take a break. I will end the stream, and, well, yeah, I need to take a break and eat food. So we shall raid Chats with Cat, which is not yet live, but we will raid her anyway, so that when I am on her podcast tonight for the Anime Amateur Hour, you will all be able to be there and to witness it, to keep that tab open, and you'll know where to go. So, well, there's the Wengari Fortress. Next time we shall enter the Wengari Fortress and talk to this personage. So until then, farewell. Leave game. Yes, that'll definitely take me back to the last epoch, won't it? Thanks for the stream, GG. GG easy. Thank you so much for tuning in to the stream, my friends.